Hi. 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 Hello. Thank you for 6-7. Alright, give me a second. Heads up, everybody. Heads up in advance. I don't know. I don't know if the stream is gonna stay up. So this is your warning, you know, to like archive, start your recordings, everything. I don't know if this VOD's gonna survive, but we're gonna do it anyway. It's just the nature when you talk about music stuff and listen to music like that. Yeah. I'ma keep it up. I never unarchive my stuff anymore because, you know, whatever. But, you know. Gatorade! Fortnite! Bring the Gatorade! By the way, thank you so much for the super chat! Thank you! Mwah. Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello. Hold on, let me stop the music here. Hello, everybody. Hello. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. I don't know if Puerto Ramos is gonna be on this. I don't know. We'll see. Hello, everybody. My name is Monet of the Formulized second generation Panelite. Groovy, funky, retro, cutie, Monet. Let's go! Yay. Hello. Thank you so much for your patience in the start screen and for a stream today. Today, I've actually been wanting to do this stream for a little bit. But I figured, why not today? It's Monday, and that means class is back in session. So today, everybody, we're gonna do a little bit of a deep dive, more of an educational type of stream. We're going to be learning all about electronic music. Not specifically any specific genre, because electronic music it covers a lot of genres, so we're gonna be learning about all of them. By the way, if you liked the remixes that we were listening to at the beginning, it's from... Is this the old guide? Is it? It stops at like 2010. If there's a newer one, let me know. But anyway, if you like the remixes that we heard at the beginning, those are all from Rice Shower's brand new release. It literally came out today. Oh, there's a newer one? Oh shit, can you link it to me? Well, we're gonna be looking at this old one first. And then maybe the newer one. But yeah, check out Rice Shower stuff. Rice Shower is a hyperflip, Daria Core, artist that I've been really into lately. And so if you like them, check it out. Literally came out today. It is free. It is free. Buy digital album, name your price, so you can give them money if you want, but if you are broke and can't, it's also free, right? Really good remixes. I love their stuff. Who knew Rice was a producer? Dude, there's a whole bunch of... There's like a whole group of Uma Musume named hyperflip artists. There's DJ Twin Turbo, there's Rice Shower, there's Curran, there's like DJ Haru Urara anime version, something like that. There's a bunch of them. There's a ton of them. And they all make really good stuff. They all make super cute stuff. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. So that's a good segue into kind of like talking about why I wanted to like explore this with everybody and why this kind of thing interests me. Every once in a while I come across somebody who says like, genres don't matter, you know, it's all about the music, you know, who cares about genres, blah 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 blah. Well, I actually really disagree with that. And it's because I really strongly believe that genres carry culture. Genres carry community. Genres carry history. Right? Like, yeah, technically, like, you know, technically whatever, sure, they don't matter, whatever. But genres are, you know, how do I explain this? A song doesn't start as a genre, right? A genre becomes defined over time, over marketing, over influence, over vision, right? And it little by little becomes how would you describe, like, it has culture. It becomes its own culture. It becomes its own community. It becomes its own encompassing, you know, like, rap of certain parts of music, because there is so much music out there. And what's crazy is that everything we're gonna look at today is only electronic music. It's only electronic music. Bye! And you know, there's, you know, electronic music is such a like a small fraction of all the music genres out there, and there's still a lot of music out there without genres. One of my favorite like genres that I've been getting into, well, some of the like my favorite genres I've been getting into lately, obviously I mentioned hyperflip, right? Hyperflip is an evolution. It's a branch off of Daria Core, which is kind of a branch off of Nerdcore, which is kind of like a branch off of like other stuff, right? You see where we're kind of going? Daria Core kind of started by using a lot of like Oh, we're back. Oh, I was muted. Okay, are we back? Hi, hello. Hello, are we back? Are we back? Hello. Sorry about that. My stuff crashed. Oh my god, is it gonna crash again? Please don't crash again. Okay, okay. I think we're good. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. So where were we? Oh, now my internet's bugging out. Where were we? So, I was talking about some of the genres that I liked, that I've been into lately. For example, Core is kind of like based off of like samples. It gets its name from the show Daria, right? Because it used a lot of samples from that. Core then started being named things like Hyperflip, because apparently there is like drama in the freaking Core community. I guess the guy that made the Core name didn't want to be associated with it. You know, shit like that. You know, stupid drama like that. You know, that happens everywhere, right? Hyperflip and Jersey Core, or not Jersey Core, Jersey Club. Sorry, all these fucking core names. So there's something also Jersey Club, which is, I play a lot of Jersey Club if you listen to my DJ sets. Jersey Club originating from, well, Jersey, right? Jersey Club mixed with some kind of like weeb otaku elements, mixed with a little bit of hyperflip, and hyperflip is a little bit of like hyper pop with, you know, a lot of like the remix culture and stuff like that. Has been recently turning into a, I don't know if you would call it a genre yet, but there's a new movement in Japan, kind of like a rising called Jersey Club, or not just Jesus Club. Sorry, all these names are scrambling me up. Jesus Club is a new movement that has been kind of like starting. Like, there's not that much Jesus Club music out there yet. I don't know why it's called Jesus Club. It doesn't have to do anything with Jesus. I don't know. I think, you know how Japanese stuff is. Like, they just name it. They just name it. I don't know why it's called Jesus Club. But I've been really into Jesus Club lately too, right? So far, I don't know if you could call it a genre, right? No, it has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It has nothing to do with church. It has nothing to do with any of that, right? It's just called that for whatever reason, right? I don't know why it's called that yet, right? But that's kind of like an example of how stuff kind of branches off. For example, everybody knows vaporwave, right? Vaporwave kind of branched off from another niche subgenre, C-punk. C-punk was kind of like, imagine vaporwave, but it's, you know, it's kind of like what you'd expect. C-punk was like dolphins and Nintendo 64s and, you know, graphics of waves and shit like that, right? And it kind of went on from there, mixing a lot of other influences and things like that, and kind of went on to vaporwave. And yes, as much as I don't fucking care about Simpsons Wave, yes, it kind of like, you know, moved on to like different things. There's like Witch House, there's Blog House, there's a bunch of like, there's so many, like, basically anytime that somebody takes, anytime that somebody kind of like takes one of these genres and just kind of runs with it, it branches off into another genre and another genre and another genre. So you can kind of see how there's an entire world to explore here, right? There's so much, right? Like, there's, you can, here, look at this chart. It's kind of crazy. Like, look at this. Like, this is what we're going to be exploring today. And this is just a little bit, right? And this only goes to the end of the 2010s, right? So there's still a lot of history that's not on here, right? There's still a lot here. Yeah, oh, this is a new one. Okay. Yeah. How much genres are these? I mean, these are just a couple. These are just a couple in electronic music. But I think we'll be able to learn some good stuff here, right? So kind of just going back to the discussion I was saying about genres, right? I've heard a lot of people just dismiss genres, and I mean, it's a very common thing you hear from people that don't listen to music regularly, right? But I've heard DJs. I have heard DJs be like, I don't really care about genre, and well, that's how I know you're a poser. Sorry, but sorry, but that's how I know. Because genres, like I said, genres carry history. they carry culture, they carry community, they carry so much. You don't have to know every single genre, you don't have to like know the history of every single one, but I think you can agree and identify that genres are important because of that, because it's a way to identify the culture and the history and the things that have come with it, right? The desires that people have, and a lot of times it's not just the music, you know, it kind of like identifies and labels everything that came around it, the scene, right? Because a lot of these music genres come with other things combined. A lot of music, a lot of the times some of these genres form at the same time as like fashion styles, maybe specific points in times. Sometimes some stuff is born out of like, you know, specific moments in time, specific thoughts that people, you know, have, art styles, aesthetic styles, fashion styles, major social movements. Exactly, yeah, it's really all connected, right? And so to dismiss genres, you are dismissing culture. And so that's why I think it's, you know, that's why I think it's pretty important to like, or at least that's why I think it's really awesome to learn about them, right? It's up to you if you think it's important or not, but I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Genres are important is when people get boxed into a genre that they get upset from what I've seen. Well, I mean, I guess, but that's on them. That's on them. So let's make this a little bigger. How are we gonna do this? I might need to make myself a little smaller, and I might need to make you guys a little smaller too. Hold on. Maybe like this? Yeah, that's better. This is better. Okay. And then I'm gonna trim you guys a little bit. You guys gotta get a little cut. Hold on. Are we actually starting in Stockhausen and Schaffer, or are we starting with stuff people actually know? We're gonna start from the beginning. I don't know if we will listen to like every single sample about everything. But we're gonna start from the beginning because I think it's really cool to kind of like see the like super like the ground zero, right? So let's start at the beginning. So from here, the 1900s, the very beginning here. So, little write-up from the blog here, right? Electronic music thrives on technology to make it what it is, and moreover, to make it better and different than what it was. Other forms of acoustic music have relied on instruments that have remained largely unchanged since their original design centuries ago, but electronic music is constantly evolving because, yeah, there's always new technology. If you ever, like, follow like any electronic instruments, musics, you can make any sound, and so things are always changing. The way that you can make music with technology is always changing, right? The inventor of electronic music was probably Grog, who in 65,000 BCE banged a stick against a rock and thereby producing the first acoustic tribal track. Then he was struck by lightning, which gave an analog warmth and fullness to his sound, and the acoustic became electric. Well, you know. This is really going back all the way through to kind of like some of the original stuff, right? We don't really need to pay too much attention to this stuff. A lot of it's kind of just silly. Why does my chat keep fucking crashing? I just want to see what you guys are saying. That sounds so fake. Well, yeah, because it's fake, duh. It's a joke. It's a joke. anyway. There's a little bit of some information. By the way, if you want to look at this at the same time as I do, the link is in the description of the video, of the stream. It's also just music.ishkur.com if you are interested in going through it together with me. Then I'll just be going through it here on the stream. Some little fun facts here, right? In 1761, the panharmonicon, which is the first mechanical keyboard, technically not electronic, kind of automated a lot of other instruments. Just kind of like some little things that could be considered little things, you know, that little sparks towards electronic music, right? There's a lot to read here. We're not going to read the whole thing, right? The first actual electronic instrument, depending on your definition, was the telharmonium, developed by Thaddeus Cahill in 1897, originally called the dynamophone. Pretty cool. This is very interesting. The telharmonium was 200 tons, the size and complexity of a hydroelectric power station, and was operated with large levers and gear shafts. It had a massive keyboard with 36 keys per octave. It also had gigantic rivets and pistons and valves and steam coming out of solid iron smokestacks that only the greatest steampunk engineers can envision. Hell yeah! So I guess later on he figured out how to play it for audiences by attaching a megaphone. And it made like a little like sound, right? This is very cool. Today, no recording of what the telharmonium must have sounded like exists. Though, if you want any general idea, just pick any generalized Hammond organ. It was built on the same principle. So I guess it was kind of like a mechanical, kind of like almost electronic organ of sorts. Of course, my goat, Leon Theremin, in 1917 invented the theremin. You have heard what the theremin sounds like. I own one. I own a theremin. I've done some streams with them. They're very cool. Super, super, super cool. Dude, why doesn't my chat want to load? My chat doesn't want to load. Anyway, yeah, you can see the information about the theremin here. Funny enough, yeah, the sound produced by the theremin is completely analog. Mine is all like electronic nowadays, right? But it was an electronic instrument. I like this caption. Theremin virtuoso Samuel Hoffman demonstrates why he's the Eddie Van Halen of this shit. I don't know how old this clip is, but he died in 1967. I want to listen to it. Hold on. This is an old clip. Can you hear it okay? Awesome. I love theremins. Yeah, me too. I love theremins. Yay. This clip is probably from the 30s or the 40s, probably. The theremin is the oldest electronic instrument like this. Aside from, you know, the big ass telharmonium or whatever the fuck it's called. And it's cool that these are still around, right? Like, Nowadays, you can get things like, for example, the Theremin. The Moog Theremin is what I have. And these are still beloved instruments to this day, right? Very cool, very cool. So here we go. The first actual keyboard synthesizer, depending on your definition, was in 1929 by Edouard Couplot and Armand Givelet. Only they didn't call it a keyboard, they called it the Givelet electric organ. It had an oscillator controlled by paper rolls, like an automatic piano player. Interesting, they could control more than just notes. They instructed electronic circuits to control pitch, tone, color, loudness, and even note articulation. Pretty awesome. Damn, look at this thing though. This might have gone down as the most significant electronic instrument of all time, except that 4 years later, a nondescript company called Hammond released their own electric organ, which by the 60s evolved into the B3, also known as the greatest organ ever made. I wouldn't call it truly electronic, however, or blues keyboardists will never let me hear the end of it. Look at this thing. This is the RCA Mark II synthesizer. From 1955. Apparently there was a Mark 1, but no one really remembers it. Like the first Street Fighter game. This guy's writing is really funny. I guess this was the first time anybody had really used the word synthesizer for these things. But look at this thing. It looks like a fucking server room. Like this looks like one of those like old computer racks, you know? This is awesome. This is freaking awesome. So before then, if you wanted to hear a piano sound, you actually had to get a piano. And if you wanted to hear a trumpet or drum, you had to actually hire those people. This was kind of the first time that you could synthesize sounds. You could make sounds, right? Looks like it used punch cards, though. That's crazy. In order to program notes into it, you had to use punch cards, reel-to-reel tape decks, Ludicrous Speed, masking tape, Unix V.0, and assembler in 4 different forms of karate. Awesome. And when it finally did make something, it was hardly music. That's really cool, though. So I guess this is just kind of an intro of like how we got here, right? How through human history, how we got to the point that we started making electronic instruments, right? So if you really want to go to the beginning, there's experimental. Turn it down a little bit. So this is, yeah, the earliest electronic music genre, if it can be called that. And I really like this part here. Technically, all electronic music is experimental until someone decides to call it something else, and that's not gonna happen without time, vision, and marketing. So, at least for a while, it's experimental music, right? You can hear some examples of some experimental music, right? Let me turn it down a little bit, hold on. Looks like this is from 2017. What else we got? Ooh, from 1984. The very early years of electronic music are compressed because almost nothing cool happens before 1950, except for a handful of sparsely miscellaneous breakthroughs. So this scene, The Pioneers, tracks the gradual progression of electronic music over the first half of the 20th century. Cool. Here's a prototype of some of the first headphones. Awesome. Can you imagine listening to stuff with this? I like this here. Experimental music isn't a genre as much as it is a rejection of the status quo, in which music's case can mean anything that doesn't sound like music. A lot of people don't really understand. Oh, here's a really early electronic music from the 50s. I feel like a lot of people don't really understand experimental music. But it's... I like this here. Like, the goal was not to produce novel sounds, but to develop unique ways to produce them. It was a challenge. It was a challenge with limitations. I like this. Much like the quest to get every digital device to run Doom. Fascinating, you know? Although, if you've ever listened to experimental music, it can be really nice. It's not just, you know, weird beeps and boops, right? It can sound really nice. It's literally 1984. Thank you for the super chat! Yeah, this track is pretty nice. It's from the 50s. Thinking about experimental music as being the audio interpretation of a painting helped me to start appreciating it. Oh, good way to put it. Well, it's from 1937. And by the way, check this out. There is an entire huge playlist of examples. All sorts of examples. So many. Look at all this. Look at all this. It's crazy to hear this experimental music from 1937 because, like, it still sounds pretty normal. But I'm sure back then this sounded really, really out there. Who's in here? Do you know Otahiti? Richie Sakamoto is on here! That's my goal! I fucking love this song. Thousand Knives is a really good song. (1978) banger song. Banger song. Absolutely banger song. Another one from 1979. Ooh, we've got some Kraftwerks in here. Oh, Elaine Radigue! Oh, she's my goat. Okay, Elaine Radigue is one of my favorites too. She's one of the oldest like experimental female musicians. Her stuff is very like spiritual. It's really cool. I got really hyper fixated on Eliane Radigue a couple years ago, maybe like, I don't know, like 6 years ago. I listened to a bunch of her stuff. A lot of her music tends to be like really long pieces that are shown in museums as like performance art. And things like that. They're usually a lot of museum pieces. But she's really interesting because she used to be a teacher that made a lot of experimental music. One of her students one day told her that like her music sounded like the kind of stuff that, I forget, a specific type of monk in the mountains make. And so she stopped teaching and she just went off into the mountains to become a monk with them for I don't remember how long. And then came back and started making like deeply spiritual experimental music. Really, really, really cool story. And there's these pictures of her in like the 30s, 40s with these enormous synthesizers the size of like entire rooms. Really, really, really cool. You kind of get the... You kind of get the gist, right? Ooh, I like automatic writing too. I like automatic writing a lot. This song's a little spooky. Harmony Mountain Mark Arc when? This one's a little spooky, but I like it. Alright, let's go on to some other genres. So from there, experimental at the very beginning, some of the oldest stuff. You have music concrete, which you will probably hear a lot about music concrete, right? This is interesting here. Oh, hold on. Music concrete was an attempt to make new sounds from existing sounds. Note that I said sounds, not music, right? This was, I think, music concrete is probably where I would say stuff like sampling got started, right? That's concrete, baby. I would say like this is kind of like the birth of like sampling. This is where it kind of begins, like in the early like 40s, around there. It's all about making music with other sounds, right? Kind of like manipulating sounds and things like that, right? Yeah, see, one of the more important developments to new music and sound in the early 20th century was the advent of recorded media. Now that recorded media was available, now you could manipulate it, right? So we have here the first dude to explore this new frontier was probably Pierre Schaeffer in his studio, I don't know how to pronounce that, in Paris in 1942, which was originally used as a broadcast center for the French resistance against the Nazis. I wonder if they have any of his music in here. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. What do they have on this playlist? Well, this playlist is pretty small, actually, compared to the other one. Recognize some of these names. David Tudor. Gonna get a quick rundown. We just started. We started with experimental music and branching off to music concrete, which started becoming a thing as recorded media became a new thing in technology. And now you could take recorded media and manipulate it and make new sounds with it, right? So Schaefer cut his teeth on the radio technology of the day, learning how to scramble signals and experiment with different frequencies and bands. And it was his education, Warfare Radio Works, that allowed him to develop it into, well, you know, what this stuff is, right? The idea behind Schaefer's concrete music was that it was built on sounds that already existed. The sounds were fixed recordings, and the value of the music was not in its output, but rather in the new forms of composition that went into its output. So really it is like, it's sampling. It's sampling in the 1940s. It's the earliest kind of sampling. It's like making a collage of existing things. But the kind of instruments that you would use for it back then, you know, were record players, especially ones that could play in reverse, microphones, phonographs, magnetic tape recorders, primitive sampling and looping methods, right? I love this part. Naturally, this attracted the most insufferable of the French art scene, like the futurists, dadaists, existentialists, and beats, all who never seemed to understand the point of music either, and all who helped found postmodernism weird for the sake of weird, to quote Moïse Sidak from The Simpsons, or however the fuck you pronounce that. I want some other wacky art movements. Awesome. Music concrete, it's like, it's not really that much a thing anymore. Because the technology has evolved. It was music that was born because of the instruments, right? I wonder how they got some samples back in the day. Yeah, I mean, when music started being recorded into like this and stuff like that, USA is getting beat right now? Crazy. I think you kinda get the like the gist of Music Concrete, right? It's very early experimental sampling. Like that, right? You get it. Music Concrete does live on in genres like industrial and collage, right? Which are kind of like similar, but yeah, Music Concrete, a lot of it is very, very abstract, right? So from there, I guess there's a lot of different things we could look at. I guess from there we can kind of start branching off. Because at this point, electronic music is like ripe to start, you know, going off, right? So I guess we'll check out collage. So as you can see, right, like if we zoom in, what are these? Are these more like... Oh, I guess these are just like more examples of like music as it started developing into other stuff. Oh, I love shit like this though. Oh, I love stuff like that though. I really like that. We got an experimental. Music Concrete and experimental. Merging here. That's just one song. Hi! It's actually crazy how modern some of this sounds, right? Some of this stuff is like decades and decades ahead of its time. I think about that sometimes when I listen to music, even like brand new music, that I'm thinking like some of this stuff like sounds like I could be listening to it 30 years from now and it would sound normal, you know? So I guess let's look at collage, which is where experimental kind of branched off into. I guess a lot of people probably know collage as plunderphonics, because I feel like you hear plunderphonics a lot. You hear the name plunderphonics a lot nowadays. I think because people started kind of like taking the name again. I love this kind of stuff personally. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love this kind of stuff a lot. So let's look into it a little bit. Collage, also known as sound collage, tape editing, or sample music, or later on plunderphonics, is music made from parts of music, like a Franken genre. Collage literally means gluing in French, as in cutting out and pasting together other works of art, and has existed in music long before tween girls smothered their trapper keepers in boy band pictures. Kind of just an example of an actual collage, right? So collage is a direct descendant of Music Concrete because they both use sampling. But I think you can tell there's a little bit more structure to this than Music Concrete. There's a little bit more like music, right? Interesting. Probably the first official sample-heavy collage track was Buchanan and the Goodman, The Flying Saucer. I don't listen to that. Hold on. Remember that they had to do this by hand through reel-to-reel multi-track tape recorders. Ask your great-grandparents what that is. Interesting. Let's listen to it.
We interrupt this record to bring you a special bulletin. The reports of a flying saucer hovering over the city have been confirmed. The flying saucers are real. That was the Clatters recording. Too real. We switch you now to our on-the-spot reporter downtown.
Come on, baby, let's go downtown.
Take it away,
Yeah,
John
this is very
Cameron.
cool.
This is John Cameron downtown. Pardon me, madam. Would you tell our audience what would you do if the saucer were to land?
Get back in the air.
Thank you. And now the thing, gentlemen, there.
What I'm gonna do is hard to tell.
The gentleman with the guitar. What would you do, sir?
Just take a walk down the street.
Thank you. We return you now.
This is Drop, your outer space disc jockey, with a request for
Earth angel, Earth angel.
That was the Pelicans' outer space recording Earth. I've just been handed a bulletin. The flying saucer has just landed. We switch you again downtown.
Here we are
Awesome.
again. We have with us Professor Cedric Fintingmore.
This really does feel like pre-internet YouTube poop.
Professor is
For
approaching the
real.
saucer to see if there's possibly any sign of life aboard.
Well, I'm sure something. Are you there?
I hear you knocking, but you ain't coming.
That was Laughing Lewis's record. Knocking.
This is John Cameron on the spot. And now I believe we're about to hear the words of the first spaceman ever to land on Earth. And now, here are the bowl scores.
4-3, 6-2, and 8-1.
The impact of seeing the first spaceman has this reporter...
Times
reeling.
change? Listening to this is so crazy. Times change, people don't. We're still making the same kind of shit. We still find the same kind of stuff
That was
funny.
the Clatters again with their big one. Oh.
This is John Cameron again downtown. The spaceman has returned to his ship and is taking
Yeah, shit
off.
posting really
We
is
return you now
timeless.
to our studios.
The flying saucer has gone. There is no threat of an invasion. However, the flying saucers are still around.
Awesome. What do we got in this playlist? Oh, we got the residents. We've got... Oh, the books. I fucking love the books. I fucking love the books. I love the books so much. I love the residents too, but I like the books more. Yeah, Daedalus. Sonic System, Art of Noise. I love the books. I fucking love the books. It's the books, or sorry, the residents' boots. Code 9. 2014. Very cool. Art of Noise. I like that. Of course, they were sued for making the flying saucer. I guess they won the lawsuit. The judge even considered it a new work and called it artful and clever. From this point on, it was okay to sample. Interesting. Sampling Elvis was popular in the early days of sampling because James Brown had not been invented yet. And then there was the Beatles Revolution 9. That's definitely gonna get my shit muted. A collage masterpiece mess that was a culmination of John Lennon and George Harrison raiding the Abbey Road vaults for anything interesting and spending 2 days getting stoned and lying on the cutting room floor splicing together random spools of tape. Cool. I guess here it starts kind of talking about how as music industry and recording industry started kind of like getting its like grimy little fingers into it, it started becoming a little bit more rebellious. Yeah, groups like Negative Land and the Residents built entire careers out of snubbing the establishment and provoking it by sampling famous artists, just to kind of like, I like that, just to kind of like poke at the recording industry. That's so sick. That's so sick. And then samplers. Here we have the EMU SP 1200 sampler 1987. Interesting. The far superior Akai S900 sampler came out a year earlier, but no one could afford it because it was $3,000. Holy shit, yeah, no kidding. Interesting. I guess around, yeah, it makes sense. Like around 70s, 80s is when this stuff started really becoming accessible to regular people, right? Cool. It's crazy to think that it hasn't even been 100 years since this stuff, you guys. What else we got in here?
He had not told them about his invention.
Fuck yeah. A lot of the music I like, I'm a big fan of Toate, and Toate does a lot of sampling too. I really like sample heavy stuff. Like a lot. My dad worked in audio in the 80s and early 90s. He recently entered a podcast on reel-to-reel tape with splicing tape and racers just for fun. Awesome! They also sell... Hold on, we got some stuff here. The SP1200 was simultaneously a godsend and a horrifying omen to the music industry. No one demonstrated this double-edged sword better than Bill Drummond and Jimmy Cauty, who, as the justified ancients of Moo made an entire prank album with it, got sued by ABBA, forcing them to never release the album, burned all of the masters, and then released it anyway with the copyright infringing samples removed, but with instructions on how to recreate the album at home. Followed up with a sample-filled album a year later, complaining about copyright law, then made a one-off sample-filled novelty hit for some fuck you money, renamed themselves the Copyright Liberation Front, and over the next 3 years proceeded to change electronic music forever. Fuck yeah, dude, this is why I love learning about genre stuff, because there's always stories like this. There's always crazy fucking stories like this of people just making crazy fucking art just for like a fuck you, like just to be able to. Just to be able to. So cool. Yeah, art and life is cool! Welcome back, Sajum Cola. Yeah, the fuck you money. Awesome. They wrote a tell-all book about how you too can make a #1 hit single with just some marketing savvy and an SP1200 sampler. Many artists from Chumbawamba to the Chainsmokers have admitted to following this book's timeless advance. Interesting. Interesting.
I'm like a bright giant love ball bouncing around so free.
The The commercial sample era only lasted for about 10 years, from 87 to 96, give or take, with the absolute zenith being the Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique in 1989. Interesting. Produced by the Dust Brothers and containing over 100 samples and no native instrumentation except for vocals, Paul's Boutique stands out as not just a great album, but as a relic of an era that will never return. Oh. Yeah, here we go. This is why people have been mentioning Plunderphonics again. In the 2000s, with the rise of mashup culture, it's been people have been starting to like say the name Plunderphonics again. People have been talking about this again. It's really interesting. Alright, let's see what else is there. So that's collage. We've got from experimental branches off noise. This is what, 1955? Yeah, nothing else has really gone off yet. I guess let's go look at noise. I guess soundtrack. Pretty understandable. Oh, this shit's gonna get me really, like, it's gonna get my VOD mega blasted. Hold on. These are gonna get me mega blasted. These are all movie soundtrack shit. Hold on. There's some Yoko Kanno in here. Kenji Kawai, Nobuo Uematsu, Brian Eno, John Carpenter. There's a lot in here. A lot in here. Shohisashi. Fuck yeah. $1994. The Halloween theme. Nightmare on Elm Street title. Lots of stuff. I'm a little anxious of letting these play for too long. So I'm a little scared of them. Alright, so let's read a little bit about these. So looks like it probably started in the early 50s. I guess library music would like go into this as well. Background music, theme music. Library music has been being talked about a little bit more again. It was kind of like the royalty free, well, not exactly royalty free, but like it was like the music like that of the time. You would pay, like, musicians and people, like industry people, would pay for access to a huge library of music. A lot of it made by like really big names, right? Like just all sorts of music, and that was music that you could basically pay to use in your movies, in your shows, and things like that, right? So a lot of stuff that you know might actually be library music. Yeah, it's like music made for like TV and film. It's the royalty-free Dova Syndrome YouTube music library of the era, right? It's like that. Yeah. Differs from other genres that the music is not an end in itself, but rather a means to promote another medium. I guess it's kind of hard to consider this like a total genre, but because it can be totally different things. But I guess it's music, you know, that's like meant to go with something else, right? I'm not gonna show most of that because movie clips are absolutely gonna get this stream taken down. Kind of like how if you play 90s PC games, you recognize the same sound effects from the same Mass Effect pack CDs everywhere. Yeah, this website is super good, isn't it? So fucking good. So good. So there's stuff about the soundtracks. I don't actually care that much about this one, to be honest. Kind of talking about like big names in soundtrack production. Electronic music had a big hand in library production music, especially when equipment became cheaper than hiring session musicians. Yeah, checks out. Library music is a stock music collections that license music for use in television and commercials and porn. A lot of media companies operating on a budget rely heavily on library music for their productions. Not electronic, but I discovered this on a library music catalog released in 1976. Is it me or did Pink Floyd rip this off for Run Like Hell? Let's see. Library music catalogs are really, really interesting. Yeah, library music is sometimes hard to procure because it tends to lay dormant in broadcast station vaults most of the time. Some people have been... library music has been getting a little bit more attention again recently because there's been some like YouTube essays coming out about library music recently. And people are starting to get into like digging around old stuff like this, like digging around the old vaults. So you might hear the term library music here and there, right? It's really cool. Then there's Miami Vice. A television score so popular it was released as an album, sold 4 million copies, remained on the Billboard charts for over 2 years, and spawned 4 sequels. Damn.
TV series seldom translated to hit albums. Miami Vice is one notable exception. Miami Vice 2 is now climbing Billboard's album chart. It features such artists as Gladys Knight, Patti LaBelle, Andy Taylor, Jackson Browne, and Phil Collins. It also features the musical wizardry of Jan Hammer, a Czechoslovakian composer and musician who is the man responsible for the Vice sound. The hypnotic synthesized music is easily recognizable as Miami Vice's opening theme. The song, which went to #1 last year, turned the music world's keyboard cult hero into a mainstream star. Jan Hammer, the 38-year-old keyboard and percussion virtuoso, has for years been known as a musician's musician, playing with the highly acclaimed Mahavishnu Orchestra and Jeff Beck, just to name 2. But it's no longer Jan Hammer musician. You can add to that arranger, producer, engineer, and now computer programmer. The programming is done here on the Australian-made Fairlight music computer. There is a technical way to describe this thing,
$65,000 in 1983 money.
And it will remember every
That's
piece of
fucking
audio you put into
crazy.
and it will play back in any key.
That's wild.
Which means drums, violins, piano, most any instrument you can name, the computer can capture and reproduce perfectly. And the musician is limited only by his imagination. But then the obvious question.
Is this a type of an instrument that's putting musicians out of business? Thorny question here. Yeah, a lot of people are all up in arms about it. I think it's...
How much does this go for nowadays?
It's just a fact of life. It's just like an industrial revolution. And it truly might put some people...
Like, how much can you buy a Fairlight for nowadays?
But on the other hand, it brings out new people out of the woodwork.
I mean, not that probably anybody's using these, but
perfectly capable
I wonder,
of coming up with great ideas. Have no way of...
Probably tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah, probably around the same.
The musician's musician and technology's ultra music machine. A formidable
you want one, don't you? No, but I'm curious. I like learning like how much this stuff ends up being later on, right? Electronic music also has a history as an innovator of children's music. Yes! Fucking love old, weird children's music. Although not technically an electronic instrument, Texas Instruments Speak and Spell, an educational toy that taught kids how to read in the early 90s, was a sought-after device for live PAs for its robot voice, able to say generic word or at least spell it out. This is my goal! You guys, I love the Speak and Spell, and I love Speak and Spell samples so much that I specifically requested Speak and Spell samples to be added to Vivid World, my original song. So when you hear like the beginning of Vivid World and it like has that countdown in the Speak and Spell voice, I specifically asked for that. I had to, cause the Speak and Spell is so iconic in a lot of electronic music, like a lot of stuff from like the 80s and 90s. It's so fucking cool. I really wanted that in Vivid World. That was one of my specific requests for Vivid World. Yeah. I actually have like a couple different packs of samples of Speak and Spell sounds. You can make some really cool stuff. One of my favorite Toate songs is... Actually, a lot of Toate songs have Speak and Spell stuff. It's really, really, really cool. Last but not least, electronic music has a legendary history with video games, so big in fact that it's seen onto itself chiptune. Yeah. I guess that's kind of where soundtrack stuff goes to. Starts from movie soundtracks, TV soundtracks, game soundtracks, things like that. I know some of you just got really excited because I said chiptune. We'll get there. Yeah, chiptune starts over here actually. Ooh, early chiptune will be really interesting. Look at how much it starts branching off. Alright, hold on. We're only at like soundtrack right now. I wanna look at noise. The early 60s, it belongs to the industrial goth scene. Some people call it power electronics, power noise, noise core, wall noise, Japanoise, death industrial. What else we got in here? Let's see. Of course, there's Merzbow in there. White House. I like White House. There's... Oh my god, there's so many names in here. A lot of stuff. A lot of you have probably heard Merzbow. Merzbow is a very popular Japanese noise musician. Oh, is my model getting crazy? A lot of you probably know Merzbow. Merzbow is very popular. You get the point. I listen to White House when I'm like really fucking angry. When I'm like fucking like schizophrenically angry, like which is very rare. But it's very cathartic to listen to it when you're really, really angry. Stuff like that, right? It's kind of hard to talk over them, so I'm going to pause them while I read. It's up to you what you think of noise. It looks like Ishkur doesn't really feel... He doesn't really seem to be into noise. He says, some genres are virtually unlistenable, but you can still appreciate them on an artistic or technical level, even if you don't like them a whole lot. Not the case with noise, because noise is not music. Noise is exactly what it is. Noise. It's the sonic equivalent of eating human hair dipped in Vaseline and just as enjoyable. But that's the point. Most people don't think a microphone feedback squeal is very appealing, and then there's a type of people who are like, make that sound louder! Probably just to spite the people who hate it. Yeah. Chewing tinfoil, scraping fingernails across a chalkboard, rubbing sandpaper against styrofoam. The more abrasive it is, the more they love it. The more uncomfortable it feels, the more painful it hurts your ears. The more filthy, dirty, and grimy it is, the better they like it. This is music for the Addams Family. It does have its place, though. It does have its place, though. Noise music, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend I'm somebody that sits down like an intellectual and puts on a noise record and, you know, like, I'm not like that. You know, I will listen to noise once in a while, right? There's gotta be a very specific mood. But, you know... So the two most popular noise genres are power electronics and power noise. I'm gonna start speeding up a little bit more because we have a lot to go through. By far the most prolific noise artist is Mersbo, yup, an insane Japanese musician. And being insane for Japanese means it is a special brand of insanity unique only to Japan, who has released hundreds of albums over 4 decades, each one pushing his sanity into even more insane levels of insanity. Mersbo is a very, very interesting person. He's also a very, very, very outspoken vegan. It's really funny because his Twitter is all just him, like, with a bunch of animals and, like, birds, and he's, like, a super, super, like, outspoken, like, strong activist for animals, and veganism. Really interesting guy. Really, really cool. One could consider his entire body of work to be one giant art exhibit. This is what it looks like when a total schizoid with no filter publishes everything he makes. Which is generally not what musicians do. Interesting. Even the Beatles threw out hundreds of songs they thought were no good, and even then some crap still got published. Just look at the write-off. I love this guy's sense of humor. Very good writing. Yeah, this is basically like this is what listening to noise feels like, right? Listening to a bunch of static. Dude, how long is this? How long is this? Oh my god. Listening to noise forces you to find patterns with its randomness. I'm not saying there's a good reason to listen to noise, but it is a reason. True. A good way of putting it, I guess. Do you love the colors of the sky? Very cool. What examples do they have for these? Did we listen to this one already? Is it not playing? Some collage. Experimental. Some noise from the 60s. 1969. We're gonna go up here a little bit into branching off from soundtrack, which is, I think, is like kind of more branching off from like analog and classic music like that. Look at modern classical. Who's in here? Any names I recognize? No, yes. I don't actually recognize a lot of names in here. But I'm not really like a classical person. Yeah, not a lot of names I recognize on here. So this is contemporary classical, postmodern classical, modern classical, going to really the 40s. Modern classical is electronic music utilizing classical scales, movements, forms, and tempos. Basically, it's classical music with a wiggle box in the back. Who knows? So I guess it's classical music made with more electronic music means, right? Classical music, when it is expanded to be able to use the tools that electronic music uses, right? The advances in music technology was never ignored by the traditional world of composers, performers, and purveyors of what the snobs would call real instruments. In fact, many classical composers lauded the new paradigms gifted them by technological progress. Music was never much for the raging spur debates of what constitutes real music, like acoustic versus electric, analog versus digital, or playing versus programming, despite how protective some purists are of their super seriously important musical identity. I like how he clarifies, that's not to say there isn't bad music out there, just don't call it not music. The early genres of music, concrete and minimalism, were considered part of the classical canon at one point. Until they decided they were their own thing. Perhaps the first merging of an orchestra with something somewhat electronic, but not really is this. Let's see.
Tonight we present a new miracle of electricity, the Sonavox. Harry Babbitt, using special Sonavox units, gives diction to the tones of the instruments as they play. Harry forms the words, but the instruments sing them. Sing it, Saxes! I know you anywhere.
Oh shit, yeah.
I know that grin. I know you anywhere when you walked in. I would think
So it's like a voice box.
watching the stars I did dance in your eyes. You got me this way. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You got me this way. Crazy for you.
Sappy for Sap, yeah.
Now Ginny will bring you something she'd like to sing you.
I'd like to sing One Track Mind.
We'll be listening.
I've got a one-track mind. It's got a point of view.
Very cool. Also, everyone in this clip is now dead, even the dog, damn. So I guess he existed back then, since everyone smoked back then and larynx surgery was a thing. There's a barrier to using actual electronic instruments in orchestras due to the immense size and unreliability of the machines. Interesting. So I guess it wasn't really until the 70s that they became kind of like common for performances. And then by then, modern classical had inspired the new age and ambient movements in the 70s. Where composers were constructing entire symphonies out of electronic instruments. Interesting. Kind of start with some modern classical. Go with Moog. From the 60s, just synth music. Moog music is just music made with... Oh my god, I just got the fucking low disk space alert. Sorry. My computer's running out of space. What is Moog? This is Moog. Look at this thing. Look at this crazy thing. The Moog modular, released in 1964. It was the first synthesizer that was actually smaller than a room. Interesting. I guess this is really one of the first like modular synths. People still use these a lot. People still really like these a lot. These are still huge in music. These are still a huge thing in music. Cause like all of these little all these parts here, you could switch them out to whatever you wanted. You could really make like your own custom thing. Really cool. Yeah, you could custom configure the Moog modular with any array of modules that you wanted, and for some enthusiasts, that was more fun than actually making music. It's like building custom Magic the Gathering decks, but never actually dueling with them. Yep. Most people probably just bought a few of the more popular stock design models, because sometimes having too many choices is a bad thing. I mean, look at all this, yeah. Some kind of synth music, yeah. There's a miniature Moog, maybe. Obviously, when you see a modular synth, they're not this big anymore, unless you're like a crazy hardcore synth person, right? But yeah, my Theremin is made by Moog. I have a Moog Theremin. Moog still makes, it's a company that still makes instruments and stuff like that. What else we have on here? Oh yeah, those are the examples. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand how this works. You click these and these are the samples from this era. Okay. I see. Okay, we can start getting into some crazy stuff around now. We're, what, in the 60s now? 1969-ish? We're getting there, 1965. Let's take a look at minimalism and krautrock. Not to be confused with the art movement, and only a little speck of a relationship with minimal techno, minimal tech, or minimal prog. So if music concrete was the random, atonal, unrhythmic explorations of new recording technologies, minimalism was its polar opposite. Real instruments and little phrases and iterations, looping incessantly, ceaselessly, without end. Like an autistic child rocking back and forth, or like a raver with their eyes rolled in the back of their head, swaying to and fro. Fuck, dude. Damn, okay. What a way with words. Real though. So unhinged. Technically, minimalism is the aesthetic godfather of all electronic music. It introduces structure, rhythm, timbre? I don't remember how to pronounce that. An earnest repetitiveness that is off-putting to anyone not used to music that doesn't fit the verse, bridge, chorus template. Even today, 50 years later, techno and tech house are still adhering to the basic theories introduced by minimalism. I like minimal music a lot. It's really nice. What do we have in here? Well, not much. Let's watch this. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute. Uncle alert, what the hell? I come in through! He's gonna get me whammed by YouTube. I really like the way this guy writes. Minimalism represents order, structure, progression, and anticipation. The counter to that, those that hate minimalism and repetition, is chaos, unpredictability, and randomness. There's nothing wrong with wanting that in your music, but generally people don't like it and will never like it, and I'll tell you why. Human anxiety comes from trepidation about the future. We are hardwired to anticipate future events, and one of the strongest human fears is uncertainty about what happens next. When things change, it is a common tendency to resist these changes, so we cannot anticipate the dangers the changes might bring us. We develop false positives, superstitions, in an attempt to bring order to chaos, because what we can control cannot hurt us. This also explains the popularity of gambling. Okay. Minimalism. And then, this is kind of like in the ambient part. We have krautrock. Have some German music here. Also known as Kosmika music, Berlin school from the 60s. Krautrock is an electronic music genre that came out of Germany in the 1970s. There's a story to this. 1945 was an important year in German history. No, Japan too, but let's stay focused here. The entire country was split into 4 zones of control by the Allies. Harsh restrictions were levied by the German people to prevent them from starting another world war. And one of these restrictions was the abolishment of Prussia as a political entity. It was old Prussian militarism that the Allies saw as the prime motivating force behind the grotesque wars of the 20th century, so they decreed that such a culture be forbidden from existing ever again. Just like that, a once proud Baltic heritage was wiped clean out of history. Interesting. So, that generation of Germans who grew up in the post-war period learned not to look back at their past. Instead, they looked to the future, to new ideas, new cultural attitudes, and new European order that would see them become leaders and builders again. Interesting. So I guess because of a lot of the war trauma, a lot of German generations, really, it's what kind of inspired them to go forward. I guess it makes sense because Bauhaus also started right around wartime, a little bit before even. If you don't know about Bauhaus, it's a huge art movement that started in Germany. Really cool stuff. Look it up if you're interested. Makes sense because a lot of German art and music from that time is really like forward. It's awesome. So while boomer children in Britain and the USA launched the music revolution in the 60s, influenced by their traditions in soul, gospel, folk, blues, and jazz and rock and roll, youth in Germany looked to the future to create a new musical identity rather than one influenced by the past. This meant brash experimentation and fearless adoption of new musical technologies, including synthesizers and fuzz boxes. This is the kind of stuff I really like. Bauhaus was interwar. Yeah, it was like it started like around the end of World War I, and it kind of ended. It was pretty short-lived. The school Bauhaus got shut down like around the time of Hitler because the Nazis shut it down. It's really interesting. I just watched a long documentary about Bauhaus recently. Really cool though. I really like this kind of stuff because, like I said, like these kind of genres carry a lot of history, and it's really cool that this has such like an intimate history with the perspectives that this generation of people were experiencing. It makes sense. Like, Germany had a rough fucking time in the 40s. It makes sense that like a lot of the people growing up in that time didn't want to pay respect to the past, didn't want to think about the past, didn't want to pay homage to that stuff. They wanted to look forward and have something new, something that didn't feel, you know, like drenched in trauma and drenched in pain, right? Something that they weren't ashamed of. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. So apparently they called it krautrock, which was initially a dismissive term, and the German musicians themselves didn't like it, but I guess it kind of stuck. And it stopped being derogatory. Interesting. Krautrock is a unique blend of hazy 60s psychedelic rock, avant-garde French experimentalism, jazz improvisation, and spacey dreamscapes that went on forever. It is Pink Floyd on quaaludes, with more sound effects and less guitar solos. Interesting. The artists who established the krautrock template like Tangerine Dream still tour today with much of the same setup. Yes, Kraftwerk was considered krautrock at one time too, but that's only up until about Autobahn. Interesting. Yeah, and then they became techno-pop. Checks out. Ooh, krautrock might be possibly the longest, most contiguous and consistent genre in all of electronic music. I didn't know that. Cool. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff in here. Of course, I'm a big fan of Kraftwerk. Right in here. What? Would Opian really be considered krautrock in this point? I guess so. I'm a huge One Tricks Point Never fan. Oh yeah, this is some early Opian. Very early Opian. Interesting. So good. It's really interesting, kind of like learning about how the German perspective and the German, I guess, kind of like shame of a lot of the stuff from the war and things that have happened in the past really drive them to push forward, right? Very interesting stuff. Very, very, very cool. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning so much. Like, to be honest, like, you know, there's a lot of like huge gaps in my knowledge of a lot of this music stuff. So it's really cool to learn alongside with you guys. Very awesome. Thoughts on the heavier side of EDM? I think it's cool. Although, I'm of the opinion that I don't know why they named it rhythm, because to me, rhythm is something else. But, you know, who am I to say? Who am I to say? We'll get there when we get there. Cool. Krautrock goes there. Looks like it starts branching off. A lot of genres start really branching off here in the 70s. 70s really were a crazy time for music. Fuck. It's awesome. I think you start getting rap around here. Yeah! Rap starts in the 70s. Rap was invented by black people, also known as freestyling, MCing, hip-hop. Debbie Harry once made... Oh my god, these songs are gonna get mega fucking blasted. Hold on. Playing Run DMC is gonna get this stream mega fucking DMCA, dude. Holy shit. Debbie Harry once made a valiant attempt to try and convince us that white people invented it, but the result came out awkward and weird. Clumsy imitation of an art form she didn't fully understand other than words rhyme a lot, which is easy to do when you're rhyming words like car, far, Mars, bars, guitars. You know, the kind of challenging poetry 8-year-olds come up with. The song is still catchy as all hell. Rap is one of the 4 pillars that make up hip-hop culture, the other 3 being graffiti, DJing, and breakdancing, and possible 5th pillar, basketball, along with its sidekick, the And One mixtape. And much like professional sports in the prison industry, it is almost completely dominated by African Americans. Rap's origins can trace back to the toasting traditions in Jamaica. Interesting. In the 15s and 60s, when reggae and dub songs were sold as 7-inch singles on 45, it was customary for record labels to put the complete song on side A and an instrumental version on side B. Jamaicans would throw toasting parties, a form of karaoke where DJs would play the instrumental B-side, and volunteers would get on a microphone and improvise their own lyrics. Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome! Fuck yeah. The person on the mic became known as Master of Ceremonies, or MC, and their improvisations became known as freestyling. People who were bad at it stumbled over words, flubbed lines, or couldn't think of anything to say, so just like real karaoke. People who were good at it had flow, a type of cadence and voice and inflection that reflected the rhythm of the song, and they got so good at it that they were more than just Toastmasters. They were urban oral poets. Awesome. Fuck yeah. The SL1200 direct drive turntable was released by Technics in 1972. Became the penultimate DJ tool over the next 30 years. Turntables existed before this time, but the key component of this one was that you could manipulate the platter with your hand, and it wouldn't wreck the motor, so you could scratch with these, right? Yeah, you could use the turntable as an instrument. You could stop and start the music. Yeah, this kind of started like scratching, and like what a lot of people know is like as DJing and stuff like that. Awesome. And then it was in Harlem and the Bronx that Jamaican toasting became rap, as immigrant MCs shed the reggae and dub sounds and tuned into the new sounds of the Big Apple, chiefly funk and disco. Cool, okay. Early rap records were based on disco grooves as DJs hooked a mixer to a pair of Tech 12 so they could mix the same 4-bar instrumental bridge off 2 copies of the same record, playing one while rewinding the other and hopping back and forth, effectively prolonging the song and therefore the rapping. This hopping technique, or hip-hop, gave the culture its namesake. Allegedly. Cool. Well, there you go. Now you know why it's named hip-hop. Awesome. The industry clued into what DJs were doing in an effort to exploit them or help them out. Record labels began releasing 12-inch singles on 33 later that decade, 8 to 10 minute extended club mixes of disco and funk hits, so DJs didn't have to do all that hip-hopping. This allowed latter generations of DJs to be lazier and less skilled than previous generations and more reliant on market forces, a pattern that continues to this day. Me pressing my beat sync button. True. Here you go, the famous 808. This is a very, very, very famous instrument. Very, very, very famous instrument here. This is what it might look like, you know. So in the early 80s, rap producers and MCs became less dependent on DJs. Started using the new drum machines that were hitting the market, specifically the Roland TR-808. People still worship this thing. This thing, the 808, is still worshipped to this day. Absolutely, it's a drum machine. Yeah, it's like the backbone. Yeah. It's got a delicious, deep, like bassy kick, which single-handedly launched the genres of electro and techno bass. I guess it didn't sell well at first, but a lot of people started getting their hands on it. Oh. So it looks like it's not like rap didn't exist in the early 70s, in so much people simply didn't record any. This was partly because rap was initially regarded as a live music format, and the energy of the live performance could never be captured and recorded properly. So even though we don't have any evidence, School Hurricane says that's what he was doing at the time. Interesting. Because it's really in the late 70s, 80s. That stuff started kind of getting more out there. What do we got in here? Oh my god, yeah, this is a big recipe to destroying my stream and getting me a copyright claim. Oh. Ugh. How bad could it be? How bad could it be? How bad could it possibly be? I'm gonna close my eyes and click. 1980. Yeah.
But he didn't say it was 10 years old. He took you out to the Red Coach Grill. But he forgot the cash and you paid the bill.
But he was the only man I'd ever adore.
That's some old rap here.
Ever had a friend that you get with? Every now and then, I know for a fact George had a lot of girls spread out from state to state around the world. As long as he was smart and kept his girls in check, made sure I never saw them and showed me respect. He didn't have to be loyal like men should be. I don't care about the other girls, just be good to me. But if I ever saw one that
awesome. Parappa Energy, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that inspired it. Awesome. See this? I guess a lot of the earliest rap music was party music, so the lyrics were about partying and having a good time. But it all changed with Grandmaster Flash, The Message. Released in 1982, it marked a sharp change of direction from the happy-go-lucky lyrical content of Curtis Blow and Sugar Hill Records. It was a raw, uncompromising portrayal of the realities of inner-city life, an anthem of Reagan America's vicious economic assault on its own people. So that's when Thug Life started taking over the hip-hop scene. Interesting. So I guess that's where you can kind of like put the difference of where that old school rap kind of like turned into the kind of stuff you hear nowadays. Oh my god, it starts going crazy. Got Detroit techno, electro, turntablism, freestyle, Miami bass. Do we have anything down here? Hold on. Oh, garage starts around here. We should go back to funk. Go back to funk and dub. Fuck in the early 70s. Funk music started out in the 1970s as something black guys would occasionally perform while wearing capes, jamming on synthesizers, laying out long, noodly bass lines while singing about spaceships and elves. It is the coolest music ever. This contrasts with progressive rock, which also started out in the 1970s as something white guys would occasionally perform while wearing capes, jamming on synthesizers, and laying out long, noodly bass lines while singing about spaceships and elves. Awesome. So I guess funk, you may also know it's electro funk, synth funk, funktronica. I hear funktronica sometimes, future funk. This is more on the electronic side of funk though, the stuff that we're looking at. Which one controlled the funk? Awesome. The electronic side of funk started with Moog. What else we got? Well, this stuff really makes you want to dance. Like their prog rock contemporaries, funk musicians, as well as jazz, soul, and R&B were always on the lookout for new sounds and textures, especially if it was funky. But where the white man used synthesizers for jamming, the black man used synthesizers for jamming on the one. That is, coming hard on the first beat of every bar, which is the basis of all funk music. Okay, I want to hear this. I'm interested in this kind of stuff, in like the differences in like actual structure.
1, 2, 3, and you hit on the one, you know, one, you know, and then you would try to fit your different notes, what you felt in between that, like, you know, and that's the funk, you know, and you can change that, you know, it's however you feel, but you just have to fit it between that space, that little space that you got, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, you know, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and then you go back to your funk. Here you go, 1, and then you want to break it down, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, and there you go. You got your basic funk formula there. You know, you can do anything you want to do with it. You know.
Awesome. Awesome. Hell yeah. Good evening. Good evening. Electronic music never really had been funky before. Interesting. We have... What is this? An ARP Pro soloist? Ooh, cool. Awesome. Something so weird, so off-putting, and so damn funky that it became the special ingredient in West Coast G-Funk 20 years later. Might very well be the most recognized funk sample that's not a drum break or vocal take. Interesting. Mm. In the 80s, reliance on electronic gear led to the genre that is a focus here, electro-funk or synth-funk. Technically predated electro, but it didn't get the name until Africa Bambaataa put electro in the public no space. Oh, okay. While 70s funk was defined as a loosey-goosey vibe of psychedelics, outrageous outfits, and jam band theatrics, 80s funk was tighter, classier, better dressed, and more focused. Less hippies and more yuppies, like everything else in the 80s. Less Parliament and more Prince. Ah. I see. Interesting. Mine, enjoy your hot dogs and burgers. I know. I listened to that too, and I was thinking like, wow, GTA. The end credits to Sesame Street, some funk. Awesome. What else we got in here? 2009. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. I'm having so much fun looking through these. You can see how it kind of branches off into R&B. Ooh, then we have like acid jazz. Goes into down tempo. Oh my god. New jazz. Oh, there's so much stuff. Okay. Okay. The funk. We got the funk. What is this? This is 1980. What else we got in the 80s? Oh, I didn't even go into Euro disco. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, let's get into the weird European shit. Space synth. Also known as space disco, space rock, cosmo rock from the late 70s. It's from Euro disco scene. Space synth is a sufficiently more instrumental and insufficiently less gay side of high energy. Precursor of space synth was space disco, a movie-driven atmospheric soundscape style of music that borrowed heavily from the noodly meanderings of psychedelic progressive rock and the film scores of Vangelis and Edward Artemiev, but with a steady dance beat. Interesting. Hello. Fuck yeah, look at those costumes. Oh, this rules. Hell yeah. Awesome. Tell that bright scintily and what a Roland D50 might look like. Okay. I feel like space synth is pretty self-explanatory. Spacey and it's synthy. Yeah. What is he doing? What is he doing? Fuck yeah, dude. Look at him dance. This kicks ass. Awesome. Awesome. Fuck yeah. No, do not confuse space synths with synthwave. Space synths is music from the 80s. Synthwave is music that tries to sound like an idealized 80s. That is an important, if perhaps irrelevant, distinction. Oh. Cool. We have high NRG from the 70s. High NRG, or Electro Boogie, or Hello Energy, was an offshoot of disco made possible only in that rare period where the limitation in analog synthesizers could produce novel musical ideas. Synthesizers had been used in disco and funk music for a while, mostly as rhythm components or atmospherics to accompany the waving bass lines, horn fanfares. Okay. Yeah, everything is electronic here. Yeah, the percussion, the bass line, the pads, everything. I guess a lot of this stuff was built out of like trying to make everything fully electronic with like the Moog stuff, like the Moog modular synthesizers. But there were some limitations, so some of that stuff they had to get creative with it. Interesting. This is kind of like, it evolved off of like disco. While regular disco solidified into female-driven pop stars, see Madonna and Cher, High Energy continued the great Barry Gibb tradition of male vocalists singing in falsetto. This was disco for the underground gay scene, which purposely hates it when the mainstream co-opts its sounds, so it always tries to stay 5 to 10 years in front of the trends. High Energy, incidentally, can also claim the gayest song of all time, a San Francisco tinge cover parody of Zappa's Valley Girl. Don't fuck with Divine. Did you walk into Italo Disco? Yeah, we're basically there. Disco in the States, created in the 80s, but High Energy kept it going thanks to immortal icons like Divine, Larry Levan, Sylvester, and Patrick Cowley. None of whom are with us today. Seriously, fuck AIDS. That's not to say every important High Energy artist kicked the bucket, because picking up the slack was Bobby Orlando, a prolific studio rat who kept the vibe going. Ooh. Interesting. High Energy is a relic of an era when synths can only do so much. Cool. High Energy informed Italo disco, synth pop, and a lot of hit music in the 80s. And it lives on in a lot of styles like eurodance, EBM, and trance. Yeah, it checks out. Yeah, it's very synthy disco style like this, yeah. Goes into High Energy, goes into synth pop. Also known as new wave, electro pop, yep. Started out as a non-synth pop genre released in England. Ah. probably spearheaded by the Human League, but really brought to the top by Gary Newman. Ah. This is a very British genre. Yeah. What's this video? Moru Solitaires. Okay. Oh my god, flashing lights warning. I'm not playing that. Holy shit. That's gonna give somebody a fucking migraine. I'm not playing that. Sorry. That's a video made to give you a fucking migraine. We're not gonna watch that. Let's see what else. Unlike other genres in the Eurodisco scene, synthpop doesn't have a specific core sound or template, except to say that it's high NRG without the gay, or Italo disco without the Italo. Synthpop is probably the most successful and popular genre in this guide, not called R&B, yeah? It's the music everyone associates with the 80s, that and heavy metal. The bands you see on every K-Tel remember the 80s compilation, yup. All of the bands you see on every compilation are so tiring and played out that I will leave an 80s club night if any of their hits are dropped. I don't even care if they're on this guide or not. Popular music is useless to me. The best synth pop never tried it anyway. And you guys think I'm a hipster. Damn. I guess the biggest offshoot was Electro Clash and Electro Pop. Glam Pop, yeah, Passion's Hit, Owl City. Glam Pop like Lady Gaga but on the dance floor. Synthwave. Alright, where this go? Now, a lot of these are sounding pretty similar, huh? Yeah, this guy is so sassy. This author is super sassy. Generational hater. Awesome. So, Italo Disco is what happens when creativity, inspiration, and raw ambition vastly exceed technical limitations. Giorgio Moroder, an actual Italian, may have brought pure electronic music to the clubs with his high energy galloping synths, but electronic disco was still beholden to a lot of acoustic equipment for much of his instrumentation. Analog monosynths could only do so much and drum machines hadn't been perfected yet. Kraftwerk infamously built their own, which is what kept them ahead of the game. Aww. So for a while, a lot of high energy was electronic except the drummer. That makes sense. A lot of these had like electronic instruments but like a real drummer. This all changed with the Lin LM1 drum computer released in 1980. Techno and house have the TR-909 and electro and bass have the TR-808, but Italo Disco has the Lin. Cool. It was not just the first commercial programmable drum machine. Oh, it's the first one to use drum samples. Cool, alright. I guess it wasn't originally called Italo Disco either. Pretty good stuff. Thank you, Italians. Italo disco, yeah, sounds like it branches off into Eurobeat. You guys know Eurobeat very well. Also, Super Eurobeat, Euromag, J Euro Dance Dance Revolution. I gotta look at this playlist. Yeah, tons of Dave Rogers, King and Queen. Oh, I love King and Queen. Ayumi Hamasaki. Yeah, tons of it. Nami Amuro. Yeah. Nico. Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Hell yeah. Dude, they got Love Shine in here! No fucking way! Dude, I used to go to the DDR machines in the arcade and only play the song. Blah! I guess this is Eurobeat, huh? This is Love Shine! Yeah, yeah, yeah! The one that you guys probably know the most is Dave Rogers, who did all of the initial D, a lot of the initial D music. So you guys probably know this voice very well. I did a cover of this song with a bunch of girls. Space Boy. I remember where I was the first time I heard this song. I like King and Queen. This is a classic also. Fuck yeah, I love Eurobeat. Alright, let's learn about Eurobeat a little bit. Back in the 90s, Eurobeat was the official music genre of funny fitness competitions on TV where people never stopped running in place. This was enough to give it the stereotype as a fitness genre, which was why it was frequently used for rhythm and dance video games. Ah, okay. The Eurobeat was not made specifically for Dance Dance Revolution, at least not until later. Predates the game by a good decade or so, with murky origins that might be somewhat obscure for anyone who has not fully charted the evolutionary progress of the major players of Italo Disco and High Energy in the 80s. We all did that, didn't we? Uh-huh, sure. Eurobeat got its start as a mid-80s percolating percussion variant of Italo that aimed to compete with the galloping arps of high NRG and saw-style productions. Because Italians knock off everything, even others who are knocking off them. Clara Moroni. She might look like. She became the queen of Eurobeat. Interesting. Some of these lines are crazy. Some of this writing is crazy. So I guess around the 90s is when it started getting even faster. And that's when Japan got really into it. Interesting. Now they're talking about pada pada dancing in here. How Japan invented pada pada dancing to go with Eurobeat. Of course, they're talking about Initial D. Fuck yeah, this has a compilation of deja vu memes. Of course I'm watching this.
To try a maneuver called
Fuck
a
yeah, of course I'm watching
unheard
this.
of on commercial airliners, but sometimes used by glider pilots. Pearson has never actually performed a side slip in a glider, but he's attempting one now in a Boeing 767.
Here we go.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Going new, and the search is a mystery.
God, that's terrifying to look at.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's
I actually... I have a really vivid memory of watching this compilation with producer San. That because when we were working on my first cover, the Initial D medley cover that I did with my debut, he was like, "Oh, we should do something that memes on like the, like, you know, like all the silly memes," and that's when I decided to do the toy car, like real life footage for that video. I had a story about Ishkrit being ejected from a local club after crashing out of a music genre argument when the other guy said, "What, do you get all your info from the electronic music guy?" That's awesome. Thank you for the super chat. This guy is definitely deep into his stuff, right? I don't have this kind of knowledge. It is very cool to see something so put together like this by somebody that is so passionate. I can only imagine what this guy is like in real life. I can only like begin to imagine what this dude is like being around him in real life. His writing is super sassy. Like, just his writing is super fucking sassy. Yeah, he's probably insufferable, huh? He plays a esoteric and troubled individual. He's probably kind of insufferable. Yeah, probably. Energy attack. What else we got? Ooh, Yumi Hamasaki! Yubi's popularity directly corresponded with the rise and fall of the DDR franchise, so the late 90s was its most explosive period. But still around today, and a cursory Google search of Eurobeat returns evidence that its major labels still exist, and some of them are still making compilations 20 years later. True, dude, what fucking number is Super Eurobeat on now? Like, I think there's like over 100 Super Eurobeat compilations. It's crazy. Oh, they finished at 250? That's crazy. Cool. Where are we on the timeline right now? 86? And Eurobeat. Eurobeat evolves into Asian pop, J-pop, K-pop, Visual K, Shibuya K. Oh, Sakura Gakuen. Oh, these are gonna be so interesting. There's gonna be a lot of stuff we all recognize. Yep, tons of stuff in here. Dude, fucking Denpa Gumi, Kyari, Kouhais, Yukari Fresh, Tsuyobi Campanelle. Dude, I know like so many of these. It's crazy. Rest in peace, Denpa Gumi. Just give a reason, of course. Cool. It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense that that like J-pop and stuff like this like evolves from like Eurobeat. It totally checks out. Yeah, Caddy. This song is ingrained into the wrinkles in my brain. I could. This is some early gen K-pop, Orange Caramel. Fuck yeah, Tada Hikaru! I'm moving on without you. Fuck yeah, I love this song. Yeah, this could be in the R&B section. Chill. Live tunes, pink or black? I guess, maybe? I guess? Yeah, I guess so. Inside myself. Yeah, a lot of K-pop, J-pop in here. Checks out. Dude, the new Carrie song is really good, actually. The new Carrie music video and the new Carrie song is really good. I really like it. Oh, old Wednesday Campanella. I don't like him as much ever since they got that new vocalist. It's not the same. So, Asian pop is not necessarily... Here, we'll play some random tracks. Asian pop is not necessarily electronic, but a lot of it is, and that's why we're here. This is probably not the best location for it, but a lot of Asian pop is heavily influenced by Europop. Especially since one of the earliest, most successful J-pop labels was Avex Trax, yup, which got its start as Far East distributor of Eurobeat, High Energy, and Italo Disco. Oh, I can't wait for all the fucking copyright claims from Avex I'm gonna get on this video. Yeah, he talks about all the different genres here. What Asian pop might look like. Thanks. Yeah, of course they talk about AKB48, big groups. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of going over everything that a lot of us already know, that like it's been talked about for a while, that like so if you follow music, there's been kind of like, it's not really serious, but there's been a lot of talk about how, like, you know, who is superior, J-pop or K-pop? And even as a person that doesn't really listen to K-pop and generally likes J-pop more, even I agree that I think K-pop is kind of winning right now because J-pop got really stale. Whereas like Korean pop has been like really like innovating and like making a lot of new sounds, like really like innovating with the image. Like, even though I like J-pop better, if you like think about who is kind of like winning the industry right now, it's definitely K-pop. Whenever you're gonna look at it here in the guide, I'm gonna try and look through everything. Yeah. Now, modern K-pop, like I said, I'm not a huge... I, like, every once in a while there'll be some K-pop that'll pop up that I really like. I'm not a huge K-pop girl. I was always more of a J-pop girl, but like, even I have to admit that, like, a lot of J-pop nowadays is kind of like, it's like J-pop was kind of like at a standstill for a while. All right, we should probably go back to, we're going pretty deep into Europop. Actually, fuck it, why not? We're already here, might as well. Might as well. We have, going off from synth pop, we have Electro Clash from the 90s. Electro Clash answers the question, what if riot girls picked up synthesizers and sequencers and detuned them just as much as their guitars? Probably something similar to grunge, not in the music revolution sense, more like the sleazy Skid Row heroin overdose sense. Oh, okay. Electro Clash was one of those darling pet genres of the late 90s and early 2000s that self-important hyperbolical magazine writers constantly crooned over with gasping praise. My bro, this is what you sound like! Sorry. This is what this guy sounds like to me sometimes. Let's see. In the first few years of existence, Electro Clash was known as glitchcore, new synth pop, euro trash, synthcore, glitz electropop, overtrash, synthpop, future punk. Hell, I call this synth throne at a time because if mixed men can make up names of genres, so can I. Oh, I see. To be a proper Electro Clash band, you have to never smile. I see. That's just kind of like grungy synth pop with a little bit more of like a punk feel, right? Yeah, it's like very electro punk. Oh, baby. Electro Clash was more sleazy than sexual, more filthy and grimy than sleek and polished. With pornographic lyrics and dour documentary on media, fashion modeling, and fame. Lady Gaga's special brand of glam look was basic Electro Clash fused with synth pop. Yeah, it checks out. Electro Clash brought to the world metrosexuality. God, I haven't heard that term in forever. Though it did not coin it, that was fashion marketing bullshittery. Omnisexuality, sexual objectification of decrepit, and a surly, anti-commercial fuck you attitude that can only come from punk. Oh. Dude, I had not thought of the term metrosexual in a long time. Me too. Electro Clash waned in the late 2000s when it merged with house music to become its dancier and thus more popular counterpart, Filthy Electro House. Huh? What the fuck is Filthy Electro House? Filthy Electro House can probably be interchangeable with Electro House, but it's not. Because Electro House came from French House, whereas Filthy Electro House came from Electro Clash, even though both came from the French. It's really just Electro Clash with a house kick. Okay. We're really starting to get into the fucking, like, genres with, like, kind of stupid names and that aren't that different from each other. Okay. Oh, this is not my kind of music. This is not my type of music. It's not bad, but I don't know. The real difference between the genres is the sleaze. Filthy electro house is simply filthier, has more grimy hooks and leads, pornographic lyrics, and treated overdriven vocals, scratchier acid and noisier glitch cuts. Ah, okay. Filthy electro house is the metal to electro house's hard rock, or it is what electro house would want to be if it did not care about commercial appeal. Ah. Okay, some of these aren't that bad. I'm not... I've listened to like a lot of songs like this that I don't like. Dude, they got day and night in here! I hate this song, but it gets stuck in my fucking head! What? 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 Okay, I'm gonna... Dude, my stream is gonna get mega blasted. What's this video here? What the fuck is playing? Dude, some of the music just started playing out of nowhere. Hold on. Okay, you know what? I guess we can't. Alright, fuck you then. I guess we can't listen to it. It's playing some whatever's over here. Scary. It's gonna get us, yeah, it's gonna get us. Did we look at dance punk? What the fuck is dance punk? Oh, okay. Dance punk or disco punk is a cousin to indie. Okay. Oh, I've listened to tons of shit like this in my sister's car. Yeah, Gorillaz is in here. MGMT. 303. Yep. LCD Sound System. Franz Ferdinand. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the kind of shit my sister loved. My sister listened to so much shit like this. Don't trust the hoe, never trust the hoe. Don't trust the hoe, don't trust me. Okay, I have nostalgia for some of these songs. Shock me like an electric eel. Ooh, girl. Sun is on an electric field. I know, I kind of fuck with this song still, honestly. I still kind of love this song, I'm not gonna lie. Got some bunch of gorillas in here. Yeah. Franz Ferdinand. You got the this line. This is... It's kind of crazy. This is like so much stuff from the 2000s. That's wild. Yeah, this is the iPod PSP anthem. That is the kind of shit that would be on an iPod commercial. Yeah. This is all super popular stuff from the 2000s. That's crazy. I didn't realize it would be considered dance punk. I don't know. I didn't really think about what genre it was. I know, I'm tired of that song too. Yeah, it was just called like indie rock at the time, right? Yeah. Because nobody called it dance punk then. Dance punk or disco punk is a cousin to indie punk bands with synthesizers, yep. Or what happens when you take electroclash and remove the electro. You would think it would revert back to just plain synth pop, and in some cases it did. But true to its name, dance punk likes to keep the punk even though its audience is mostly hipsters. Its alternative name, disco punk, has its origins in late 70s Britain to refer to punk bands that went disco, a heresy in some circles, but not new wave. Doesn't actually have anything to do with modern dance punk, but the names are interchangeable, so evidently some UK music writers think there is a correlation. There isn't. Okay. Interesting. If you hate electronic music, dance punk is probably the only electronic genre you may somewhat tolerate. I guess the band that really put the dance in dance punk was LCD Sound System, which are right here. In a classic case of false advertising, the song doesn't have anything resembling Daft Punk in it. I feel like this is yeah, this was definitely just called indie back in the day. Alright. We looked at all the Euro trash. What about all the Euro disco? Oh, we didn't look at synthwave. Synthwave is pretty up there. New. Synthwave is the fetish. Oh my god, I can't read. Synthwave is the fetishization of the 1980s that didn't really exist, where everything is neon and wireframe. Yep. Also, Outrun, Dark Synth, Retro Wave, Future Synth, Cyber Synth, Dreamwave, Pop Wave. Okay. The genre is nicknamed Outrun for a reason. I see. Synthwave is more retrofuturistic and nostalgic, like steampunk or Wakanda. It remembers the best elements of the 80s: 8-bit video games, dystopian movies, cyberpunk literature, bad chroma key effects, pastel-colored sports jackets. What's this?
It has two wheels and two sources of power. Goes from 0 to 192 in one shift.
Fuck yeah! Cool commercial.
Standing still. DX100 synthesizer. Anything's possible.
Awesome! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! What else we got in this playlist? Dance with the Dead, Kid Machine, Makeup and Vanity Set. A lot of these I don't know, to be honest. There's a lot in here. Damn. I guess the easiest way to summarize synthwave would be this kind of like newer music from like the 2000s and on that is trying to sound like kind of like romanticized, yeah, fetishized. It's retro nostalgia. Yeah. This is from 1998. Fuck yeah! This is incredibly 90s, holy shit.
Everybody wants to get down like that.
I wonder what the 2020s are going to be categorized by. Probably like that, like, kind of like throwback Y2K style. Interesting. Since it has early adopters like the Electro House crossovers, Bangkok Impact, Lego Belt, my god, Lego Belt! I love Lego Belt. None of their explorations really capture the idealized John Hammer meets New Order meets John Carpenter desperate reach for the ultra mega turbo 80s sound until the French house guys started making it. Oh. Synthwave wallowed in obscurity for a decade or so. It didn't even have a name. Everyone still called it electro. Oh. That's what they called anything that in the 2000s that had a whiff of sounding like it came from the 80s, which was everything. New retro wave. Oh. Synthwave doesn't show any signs of slowing down, as the 80s doesn't show any signs of going away. I wonder when these articles were written. I wonder when he wrote some of these, you know? Interesting. So that's all of Eurodisco. What about Europop? We looked at Eurobeat, we looked at Asian pop. Let's look at Eurodance from the 90s. Handbag house, interesting. Not all cheesy genres are bad. Yeah, it's pretty cheesy. In the early 90s, England had rave, Belgium had hip house, Italy had Italo house, so why not put those genres in a blender and pure into a smoothie with the anthems of rave, the rapping of hip house, and the divas of Italo house, with maybe the occasional piano flourish or two. Pour over some high NRG galloping bass lines and a really high-pitched 909 kick, so it's no longer a thump, but rather a do, 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 do. Let's see. It's the music that makes you do this. I see. Okay, yeah, checks out. I bet Rhythm is a dancer in here. Let's see. There's so much in here. Yeah, right there. It's right there. Yeah. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! These are all floor fillers! Hell yeah! course, this one. Everybody knows this one. Yeah, this is definitely a 90s defining genre, easily. All of this stuff was huge in the 90s. Did we get into Frenchcore already? Not yet, not yet. We're getting there, we're getting there. Some Eurodance can even be quite dark, like this working print music video. Some Eurodance can even be quite dark, like this working print music video for Real McCoy Runaway, which was never released due to its oppressive Orwellian overtones that depict a dystopian future where people are forced to fill out documents on typewriters while listening to Eurodance. Keeps me awake at night. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, dude! Fuck yeah! This is what they're doing to me tomorrow. Awesome! Awesome! Fuck yeah. So from Eurodance, we go into vocal trance. Kind of getting into the eras of trance here. The mid-90s trance era. So it goes into vocal trance. Fuck yeah, dude. Vocal trance is your Eurodance MK2 or Eurotrance with vocals, depending on which one you think is worse. It's not an improvement of either genre, not that Eurotrance was some magnanimous and priceless work of historical heritage. Trance was never supposed to be the vocal scene. When it did contain vocals, it was usually an old sci-fi movie quote, or a spoken word sermon about chakras or such nonsense. It was never lyrical vocals, you know, that are sung like a song. So I guess it's just trance with singing, basically. This guy really doesn't like vocal trance. He just keeps his shit on it a bunch. Yeah, that's kind of what it says on the tin, though. Not much to say about it. Vocal trance singers tend to sing the same with this breathy, soft moaning type of vocal fry style that neither has power nor persuasiveness, almost as if they're not actually good singers, but they're good looking, so despite their limited range, producers can do a lot to hide their deficiencies anyway. The solution is reverb, lots and lots of reverb. This guy hates this shit. This guy hates this shit. It's okay. I think critics need to be a little evil. I think critics need to be a little butthurt, a little insufferable. Like food critics, art critics, music critics. I think it's just part of the character. I think it's just part of the role. You have to be a little a little bit of an asshole. very girly. True. Yeah. I think you get the vibes pretty easily on what vocal trance is, you know? Alright, and then from there we had... So Eurodance came out with vocal trance, also new Italo. I was gonna say, I haven't heard that much of this short-lived and explosive late 90s genre fad that left in its wake a few memorable earworms, one dumb internet meme, and a lot of flack. What's the internet meme? Oh, this sounds like... Yeah, I was gonna say, this is some Eiffel 65 shit. Oh, 100%. Yeah, it would probably be blue or probably like Numa Numa, things like that. Yeah. I see. I'm gonna be so honest with you guys. If you were to like sit me down in a chair, make me listen to all of these, and made me like classify them into each genre, I would probably get so many of these wrong. Like I would not be able to sit down and tell you like, oh yeah, this is new Italo. Like I don't know, dude. I don't know. I would have failed a long time ago. Like, I consider myself somebody who loves music, but my knowledge is definitely not this deep. I don't know this much. What else we got here? I guess it's just, this is, Italo because Autotune came out. I guess, yeah, it's because Autotune came out and they started getting crazy with it. That checks out. Let me see. Yeah, this was what's used on Cher's Believe. Yeah. And then this, of course, the one everybody knows, you know? Everyone knows this song. This music video kicks ass, dude. And every Corvette, and everything is boo for him. At this house, and everybody around, and he don't got nobody to listen. Fuck yeah, dude! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Pretty sure Daft Punk ripped off this plot for Interstellar. Yeah. Being yet another monster hit-making Italian phenomenon. No one was sure to call it, mostly because Italians making hit underground pop music was so routine that they ran out of labels. Italo house, Italo dance, Italo beat, Italo disco, Italo pop were all in concurrent use. There was no general consensus on new Italo, but no one balked at the name, so it's the one I use. But you won't find it on any compilations or press releases the way other genres are hoarded out. Okay, fucking Ishkur. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess this song too. Yeah, it was the, like, Numa Numa was like one of the biggest songs in this genre too. This guy is so fucking salty. This Ishkur guy is so salty. This is so funny to read. See, interesting. So then, the article said if vocal trance was manly, it would be hands up. I've never heard the name hands up. Hands up or dance core is vocal hardstyle. I know the song though. And yes, it's as stupid as it sounds. So stupid that it's not considered part of the hard dance pantheon. They want nothing to do with it. If you thought vocal trance was the shit, hands up is vocal trance on steroids. Looking totally shredded like super hardcore. Because it's a real man's girly genre. It being called hands up is so stupid. You might think that this is the Dutch up to their usual bullshit again, but for once the Netherlands is not to blame for this one. And that may be one saving grace about hands up. It was not created, coddled, and controlled by the Dutch. This is actually a German genre! Of course. I actually had never heard hands up before. I've heard the song, but I had never heard this genre name, you know? But yeah, it checks out. Bass Hunter and all those groups, yeah. Yeah, I've heard plenty of this stuff. Yeah. If Hands Up has one track I like, it's Bass Hunter, but Anna, and only because it's hilarious lyrical content and music video that harkens the Wild West days of the 90s internet and MIRC, yo. Let's see this.
Jag känner en bot, hon heter Anna, Anna heter hon. Och hon kan banna det så hårt. Hon röjer upp i våran kanal. Jag vill berätta för dig att jag känner en bot. Jag känner en bot.
This video is awesome.
Anna heter hon. Och hon kan banna det så hårt. Hon röjer upp i våran kanal. Jag vill berätta för dig att jag känner en bot. Som alltid vaktar alla som är här. Och som ser till att vi blir utan besvär. Det finns ingen takeover som lyckas. Kom ihåg att det är jag som känner en bot. En bot som ingen annan slår.
Fuck yeah. This is why it's called Hands Up, by the way. What else do we have in here? Let's see. Power of Love. You have some Cascade of. Put your hands up! Put your fucking hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Okay, yeah, I see what kind of music this is. Is BT in there? Bass T? That's all we got. Today I learned I'm a hands up enjoyer. Checks out, yeah. I've definitely heard this music a lot before. And I think that's it for Europop. I guess we're gonna work up a little bit, and then we're gonna go into this kind of stuff here. Now let's look at Euro Trance. We're gonna start with Anthem House. From the early 90s, also known as Stadium House, Epic House, Arena Rock, Big Room, Main Room, Clubhouse. Anthem House is what happens when a guy with his finger perpetually stuck inside his own rectum occasionally pulls it out and hits the keyboard with it. One key at a time. Awesome. Anthem House is every house's genre's attempt to sound like nothing resembling house, which is why it more accurately belongs in the Eurotrance scene, because Eurotrance is the bukkake of bombastic anthemic bullshit. Okay, Ishkur. Whatever. Whatever. I see. It was invented by the KLF. We're most certainly not trying to create a pop underground genre. I see. Should be noted that their Stadium House trilogy, as they called it, at one point dominated 5 entire music scenes: acid, trance, eurodance, hip house, progressive house, and whatever the Belgians were doing. Probably unintentionally, but it's still pretty impressive. Interesting. Yeah, you do hear a lot of music like this still. Kind of vibing with this man's butthurt, it's hilarious. Right! This is why I mean, like critics, it's funnier when critics are kind of like this, you know? When they're kind of like professional haters. It's funny. Alright, what's this? What's going on here? Here they are at Helter Skelter Rave in 1989, throwing trash bags full of money into the crowd. Filthy money. Diseased, dirty, poison money. They're just fucking throwing money up in the air. That's crazy. Awesome. Introducing rave-style anthems to house music was not a clever thing nor a very complicated thing, but making it hip and catchy did require some skill. I see.
You've got to chill out.
There have been a number of anthem house hits over the years, some of which are positively awful and have absolutely no right being popular, while others found themselves inserted into jock jams compilations. Fuck yeah! Whereas pre-face-off music and hockey games. Fuck yeah. This does sound like jock jams music, honestly. Y'all ready for this? Bam 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 bam. What's jock jams? Jock jams are a series of compilation discs. God, who were they released by? Was it fucking? It was like one of those sports fucking. I forget who the fuck published jock jams, but it was all music that was that you would have heard as intro stuff to games. Yeah, ESPN. Yeah, it was these compilations by ESPN. So you can kind of imagine what kind of music it was, you know? It was very much like the kind of music you heard at sports games, kind of thing. Yeah, like that. Here we go, released in 1995, and Sonya sets the template for all anthems thereafter. A breakdown that lasts over a minute, a snare roll build of 8 bars or more, and crescending anthem to get everyone to hop up and down. The anthem in this case was created with the pizzicato patch on the Roland JD990 synthesizer, which was the rack module of the Roland JD800. I see. A lot of people use this one. A lot of other long-standing genres, Balearic, progressive breaks, experimental. Anthem House is a very trend whorish in that it always adopts whatever is big at the time. I see. If it has to, if it wants to maintain its status as a dance floor king, and that's an important thing to be. This is music to make you dance. I see. Anthem House isn't electronic music. This is smoke on the water for synthesizer fans. Okay, whatever. This is like what you would think of as like very typical like club music, I would say. When I think of like a stereotypical club, like in a movie, this is the kind of music that I imagine it's playing, right? So that was Anthem House. From there, it goes into Dutch House later on. Turns into Dutch House. What's Dutch House like? What is this? You can always count on the Dutch to try a stupid thing once and then keep doing it over and over again. You know what this fucking website reminds me of? This fucking website reminds me of the the My Scene website where it would label all the types of hipsters of the time. That's what this writing reminds me of. Yeah, your scene sucks. Yeah, that's what this website reminds me of. This kind of like very edgy 2000s, 2010s writing. That's what this fucking website reminds me of. I don't know how I feel about Dutch House. I guess it's around the time dubstep started getting big. Hands in the air, super low, doesn't have the traction. I see. Oh, it's this fucking song! I only know this fucking part of it. That's crazy. YouTube intro moment. That's so funny. I'll be honest, I didn't know the beginning at all. That's crazy. So it looks like this genre was received rather lukewarmly into Martin Garrix's Animals. This song destroyed record charts in 2014. A perfect symbiotic gestalt of Anthem House, anthems, and Dutch House dropped to nothing. Because you know what they say, you can't take the anthem away from the Dutch, but you can never take the Dutch away from the anthem. I already know what that means or whether you even say it. Okay. And then there's these fucking guys. Oh my god, dude. Those fucking cuts! Those fucking cuts on the t-shirts. Okay, this must have been written like 2017-ish or something like that. Cause I think this guy wrote this around the time that like dubstep was getting popular. Yeah, and this guy really fucking hates the Dutch. What else is in Dutch House? Oh, this sucks. Oh, this fucking sucks. Damn. Yeah, this is kind of dookie. Damn, this kind of sucks. Alright, I'm waiting for the drop. I'm waiting for the drop. Not much of a drop. The drop did not save it. That's really funny. We have Eurotrance. We already looked at Eurotrance, didn't we? Did we? No, we didn't. Also, Eurotrance, also known as Euro Disney Cheese, Uplifting Trance, Anthem Trance, Stadium Trance, Melodic Trance, Epic Trance, Angelic Trance, Dutch Trance, Trance, Doodly Trance. Yeah, okay. Eurotrance is a festering, pus-filled boil on the anus of electronic music, combining the worst aspects of everything despicable about crass consumerism, soap advertisement jingles, and egregious self-aggrandizement of delusional frauds who rate alongside reality show contestants, media whores, multi-level marketers, and political lobbyists on the grand list of things we must put on a rocket ship destined for the sun. Fuck, dude. Fuck, dude, what the hell? Damn, why is he so mad? I didn't expect to be such a personality in these articles when I like started looking at this website. That's fucking crazy. This guy really hates the Dutch. What do we got in here? Any songs I know? Not really. Oh, dude, Sandstorm is in here. Not a lot of songs I know very well in here. Wow, this playlist is huge. TS still in here, yeah. Alright, Eurotrance. The rank repugnance of the self-elating culture of DJ worship is at the forefront of this many-headed hydra of rapacious rot. Overbearing anthems, boring breakdowns, and tasteless DJ vanity have combined into one monstrous, obnoxious, pompous, unlistenable Babylonian nega-demon who is to blame for unleashing such a hideous beast of seething filth upon our ears? Oh, it's the Dutch. It's always the fucking Dutch. This comic is pretty funny. Alright, this article's getting like crazy. So I guess this is the audio spectrum output of a typical Eurodance track. Yeah, okay. Breaks, Not much. Breaks, breaks, not much. Breaks. Okay. This is a typical Eurotrance track. Some of the worst ones have 2 or even 3-minute breakdowns. Multiple times each track. You're supposed to be dancing, not standing there rolling your eyes while the DJ basks in his icon music. What does this guy like? That's me, by the way. that's what I look like when I'm DJing, by the way. That's a really long time for nothing to occur. So a good friend once told me, "Get on with it. I can only hold my arms in the air for so long." Of course, club owners love these tracks because when the breakdown hits, everyone leaves the floor and goes to the bar for a drink. True, yeah. Rave music was a tough sell in clubs early days because ravers were notorious non-drinkers. They brought their own drugs. And alcohol sales are how clubs stay solvent. But as soon as tracks with this go to the bar feature came out, which happens at least once every 6 minutes, by the time it takes to finish your drink and decide another, club owners finally saw the appeal of DJ-based music. I see. So I guess they mostly use Roland JP 8000. I see. This guy really fucking hates Eurotrance. Damn, okay. Seriously, what is this? What the fuck is he doing? This guy's so fucking mad. Iron Man and Tiesto are to DJing what the Phantom Menace is to movies. You only like them because you think the pod race is cool. And the rest of Eurotrance and Michael bass explosions. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever, man. This guy's writing is crazy. Okay, we get it. You hate Eurotrance. Okay, I see what Eurotrance is like. Alright, I get it, I get it. Does this branch off into anything? No. Okay, so from Eurotrance we start going into hard dance. I think a lot of you guys are gonna like some of these. A lot of cool genres in here. We have German trance, aka hard trance, hard acid trance, or machina. I hear it called machina a lot. German trance, not to be confused with trance, which was technically German trance, so no one called it that, was a bold up-tempo fusion of trance, rave, and acid, sort of. The original name was hard trance because trance had never been this thumping and blistering fast before. Not even Goa was this fast yet. And then hard trance became a thing. This sound was labeled as a short-lived mid-90s oddity produced almost exclusively by Germany and non-German trying their hardest to sound German, and quite successfully, I might add. I see. Okay. So this is kind of like really hard, ravey trance. Yeah. Checks out. So like dream trance, German trance, especially old school German trance, it's also a very specific genre with specific criteria and hardly any deviation. booming up-tempo kicks, 140 plus BPM, growling acid lines and acid barks, gated choir voices or just gated pads in general, and an isolated piano melody for some reason. Always that upper register piano melody. Yeah. Not a smooth Mediterranean melody like Dream Trance, but rather an earnest melody full of fiery panic. I see. German trance was where the breakdown, build, and some tempo that affects all other Euro trance got its start. The good news is it's not drowned out and obnoxious and a waste of your goddamn time like so much shitty Dutch music, but rather just a momentary break in the action before they bring it all back. Okay. German trance breakdowns are tolerable because they never lose momentum. Ah. It's let's go music. I see. There is a Spanish variant of German trance called Machina. If Machina has one claim to fame, it's smooth and streamlined. Best known as the track Jimmy Fallon danced on top of a car in a Pepsi commercial. Alright, let's see. Let's see it. I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't think I've ever seen this. Alright. So it looks like pretty self-explanatory. This is really hard trance. I see. Very hard, very like tightly produced trance. Not bad. I like this. Alright, what else we got? So from German trance, we have... Ooh, there's a lot of genres here. NRG, UK hard house, hard trance, hard style, jump style. Oh, I know a lot of people that still like a lot of these. Let's go to hard trance, I guess. I guess this is just eviler. This is just German trance, but evil. Hard trance superseded hard German trance, necessitating the need to rename the earlier stuff because it didn't sound like the latter stuff. I see. So it just kind of sounds like it's just like hard German trance, but it's evil sounding. I guess this guy's not a fan of it. What else does it sound like? What do we got in here? Alright. I could like some of this stuff. It's alright. Not totally my vibe, but like I don't like totally hate it, you know? Not really my thing. I don't really hate it. So we have hard trance, we have energy and UK hard house. Let's check energy. Also new energy, hard energy, dark energy, acid energy, jet fighter, techno. Energy, the genre formerly known as new NRG, no relation to high energy, not to be confused with the group new energy, which doesn't make new energy at all, but zero chance. I see, it's the only one of those 90s new genres that actually has the smarts to drop the new after a while. I see. So energy was a spin-off of the UK's brand of German trance. Okay. So it's a UK genre. I see. This is very turbocharged post-rave music. Super compressed drum kicks giving a loud and obstinate talk sound. Okay. Energy keeps the spirit of rave alive with the introduction of Hoovers, that lovable What The mystery patch discovered on the Roland Alpha Juno 1 synthesizer, and along with military aliases like Captain Tinrib and Commander Tonk, compelled me to call it Jet Fighter Techno back in the day. Okay. It's me when I'm raving. I can fuck with these. Hard trance can be okay as it sometimes seem like mint chocolate chip ice cream. I can fuck with these. I guess it was really big rave music in the 90s. Ooh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. This is actually pretty good. What do we got in here? I don't recognize any of these names. Yeah, this stuff checks out. Oh, hold on, my stream is gonna get shut down. Hold on. I gotta stop the music. It's telling me that there's music on my stream detected belonging to somebody else. Oh, YouTube is gonna hate this fucking VOD. YouTube is gonna hate this VOD. Okay. Alright, fine. No more energy. Okay. What about UK Hard House? Also known as Stupid House, Party Rock, Donk. I do hear Donk all the time. Hard bounce, hard bass. Take NRG and add offbeat bass stabs. That's basically the gist of UK Hard House. Okay. Not just any offbeat bass stab, but the Donk offbeat bass stab. I'll explain what that is later, but I'll give credit to UK Hard House. It's a very unique bass sound. It's just a very dumb one. This guy hates everything. Is it me or did he get more evil as these articles went on? Like, I feel like he got way more evil as these went on. He's getting way saltier. Donk. What else we got in here? The show is going rock right. Here we go with the butters, boo. You know how we do. When they pump it in the Jeeps, it's going rock right. In the streets, it's going rock right. The show is going rock right. Here we go with the butters, boo. This kind of sucks. Put a donk on it. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Put a donk on it. Put a donk on it! Fuck yeah! This is crazy. Alright, we have nuclear shower. What, you guys wouldn't put a donk on it? Ooh, Cashew's awake. Hi, Cashew. Play it louder. What else we got? Tribal techno? Yeah, I kind of get the vibe of this. Okay, UK hard house. Okay, kind of get it. Alright. I know you guys want to hear jump style and hard style. People love these. People love these. People love jump style. So jump style is an example of convergent evolution. The genre emerged in Belgium in the late 90s and it sounds exactly like Chicago hard house, with a slightly overdriven kick, snare, hi-hat, tom, rimshot, clap, and even cymbal optional, all on the same beat. This is unique for a hard dance genre because every other genre has some offbeat nuttiness going on with it, usually oompa, bass stabs. Jump style is a departure from the mean. Yeah, okay, sure. 90s European Chicago hard house, I guess. Very cheesy. Yeah, very cheesy. Oh yeah, and the dancing! Fucking jump style dancing! I love... Oh my god. What else we got? Hype my dick. Sure, why not? I feel like I've heard this song before. I've definitely heard this song before. Okay, now you have to dance like this, by the way. Jump style later evolved into hard style, which is jump style with screaming trance anthems. I see. I've seen so many like videos of people dancing this shit on YouTube, and they're all like videos that are like 15 years old. Hi! Alright, jump style, that's fine and all. Yeah, it's like this. Dude, what the hell is going on up here? Look at this. Oh my god, we have so much. Oh my god, I need to hurry the fuck up. Dude, we're only in the corner. Oh my god, okay. We've only looked at... Okay, we need to... We're gonna have to start skipping some of these, okay? We're gonna just look at the good ones, okay? Because we're gonna be here all fucking night otherwise. Holy shit, okay. I'm sorry for spending all my time on the fucking European genres. Let's listen to some good fucking music, okay? Let's see, what does Heart sound like? This is another article about how much he hates the Dutch. Okay. Oh, some people still like this. Some people still really love this stuff. I think if I was in high school, I would like this would go hard. If I was like an older brother and I was playing Halo and I was in high school eating Taco Bell, I think this would go so hard. But alas, I'm not. Let's look at some good stuff. Let's look at trance. Just a good old trance. But I feel like we've listened to a lot of trance already. I feel like we know trance pretty well. Here. So I guess trance started in Germany, yeah? Oh, this is from a documentary. 1993 documentary about the early trance scene. Okay. I see.
That's better.
Well, this is a long video here.
By Paul Browse and Johnny Cleanmaker under the name of
Oh, this might be interesting to watch later.
called Diamond Bullet. And when I heard it, I realised that wasn't.
This is like a full episode or something.
It wasn't really a dance recording. It was a film soundtrack, kind of for everyday use. And from that moment, it kind of, I knew it was a timeless classic piece of music, and that was the, it had something spoke to me in that from that track.
Horror has a face, and you must make a friend of horror. Horror.
I think we all kind of know trance, and there's not really that much about the history of it here.
It was just atmosphere.
But I like this.
It was.
The principle behind trance was the unresolved, infinite track with interweaving elements and layers and a ceaseless beat, carrying it along like a metronome. I like that. Trance is best when it lives up to its namesake. It entrances you. I wish some of these essays weren't just turning into like how edgy and salty can I be about the specific genre of music. I liked how some of the essays were like, some of the first ones were. Some of these later ones are like feeling very like a little aggressive. But I do like trance music. Very good. What else we got? You want me to see Goa trance? Hold on, give me a second. We're in trance right now. Let's look at Balearic trance. I think I'm gonna stop reading the articles and I'm gonna just let the music speak for itself, I think. Or at least I'm gonna skim the articles. Let's see. Oh my god, booty cheeks! Oh, I see. Balearic trance is very, like... I see. It's like beach DJ music. I see, okay. What else I got in here? Awful, it's not horrible. I'm sure this does feel really good to dance to on the beach, honestly. Yeah, it's pretty chill. Pretty chill. We've got... Let's see. I wanted to look at Dream Trance really quick. Okay, yeah, I get it. I feel like this is pretty self-explanatory too. Progressive trance is just UK trance. Okay. Of course it's called progressive trance because the UK is the only country that calls genres progressive. Okay. The idea was to do things to trance that had not been done before. Extended breakdowns, chord progressions, vocals, crescendos, organic instruments. Interesting. Okay. This is a crazy line. Most big-name DJs in general are whores, but progressive trance's case, they were frauds as well. Fuck, dude. This guy doesn't hold back. A lot of info here that I don't know if I feel like listening or reading. Okay. Tech trance. Tech trance was the last attempt to maintain the purity of the trance ethos. I see. So I guess this is just like a late 90s genre that wanted to go back to the origins of trance. What the fuck is neo-trance? What the fuck is a trend or genre? I guess it was a genre that didn't really last for very long. Oh, it's just minimal trance. Okay. Alright. You wanted me to listen to Goa trance? Welcome to the domain of the crusty hippies. This is psychedelic trance. I see. Oh, interesting. This is Goa, India. Trance. Oh my god, it's getting late. Oh my god. In the 80s, a house explosion reached India's western shores, specifically acid house, with its alien-sounding, trippy synth lines that complemented psychedelic drugs like peanut butter and chocolate, and it's right there in the name. With a number of legendary Goa DJs will say they started the scene, the one who gave it that electronic edge was probably Goa Gil. It was Goa Gil who brought krautrock, rock, industrial, and EDM to Goa because he felt the machine-perfect rhythms were essential for seeking the psychic transcendence of spiritual consciousness. Okay. So this guy was doing it with cassettes because it was too hot in India to use vinyl. Okay, this is actually really cool. This is actually a really cool little tidbit. I never would have thought of something like this. This kind of DJ, right? It was way too hot in places like India to use vinyl. So the DJs there learned to make pre-mixed cassettes and tapes. Crazy. That is pretty cool. So I guess a lot of these DJs were playing pre-recorded sets because it was kind of hard to... They were kind of limited, yeah. And they had really long sets too. It's not uncommon for the sets to last 6 to 8 hours. Goa Gil himself once mixed for 36. Yeah. But they're still only laying down a couple dozen tracks. Interesting. Alright, what does the party look like? That's a beach rave, alright. Cool. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff here. Full on? What is full on? Full on is psychedelic trance trying to sound like eurodance. Oh, okay. Okay. Very psychedelic trance that feels like this, right? Not bad. Pretty good. Good night! When am I gonna DJ for 36 hours straight? I don't know about that. Okay, I get the gist of this stuff. What about Dark Side? It's just dark psychedelic trance, right? Yeah, it checks out. Okay. Checks out. Side dub. Oh, okay. This is very like chill out music. Side dub is what the crustiest hip and listen to when they get tired of dancing, or when the drugs wear off, or when they choose horse tranquilizers instead of LSD. Okay. Every scene has its chill room genre, and side dub arrive pretty quickly after Goa trance established itself. Okay. Kind of like a chiller genre. Schwangle. I do know Schwangle. I guess this is where he falls in, huh? This feels like menu screen music. This would definitely be on like a fucking like Fruitier Arrow YouTube mix. 100%. Alright, let's leave trance and go into the industrial and IDM area. So we left off at noise earlier. From noise branches off to industrial. Something a little different. I've had enough of trance right now. Industrial from the late 70s. Both the scene and the genre is music that seeks to upset the status quo. It emerged in the late 70s, a companion to the nascent countercultural sounds of punk, which attacked society with raw, unfocused rage. But where punk advocated anarchy and breaking shit and little else, industrial was cerebral and artistic and had its shit together. Punk was provocative for the sake of being provocative. Industrial was provocative for a reason. It had a point to make. To put it metaphorically, if you hate tattoos, punk would get another one just to piss you off, while industrial would convince you that tattoos are invaluable works of art, which might still piss you off, but at least it wouldn't be out of spite. Okay, that's a pretty good way of explaining it, though. Okay. So this is where Throbbing Gristle comes in. What do we got? So I guess industrial, it makes sense. Industrial is very like artistic. Yeah, industrial music is a political art stunt statement as much as it is a musical statement, arguing for the freedom of expression and the construction of the rules of society while simultaneously deconstructing the rules of music. The punks, the goths, the rivetheads, the runaways, the transgendered, the body modders, the junkies, and sex workers of the streets criticized as being wreckers of civilization because they weren't a viable target market or pertinent cultural demographic. People too extreme to be pandered to politically and too small to be targeted commercially. I guess that's the kind of people that industrial music was kind of aiming to go towards. We have Dark Wave. Dark Wave is goth music. It's goth's lone electronic representation on this guide. Okay. It is just goth music, straight up. Well, this is very much goth music. Hell yeah. Witch House Engine.
Hey, yeah? I was wondering, do you know the difference between...
Also Vaporwave. I don't know about that.
And what's the difference between obsession and desire? I don't know.
Would you really put Vaporwave under this?
You mean like...
And there's Witch House. Dude, I remember Witch House. I can kind of see, I guess. Goth is not just a scene unto itself, it is also literally genre, lifestyle, culture, makeup preference, and a monochromatic dress code. It's a lot of things. There are a number of song genres that have come out of Dark Wave since then, including Doom Wave, Witch House, and Vaporwave. But Vaporwave isn't a genre in so much that it's a technique, like a chopped and screwed, black meaty, or nightcore. I guess so, yeah. Although, I would argue that nowadays it has kind of turned into a genre. We got EBM, electronic body music. Shock Nova. Sometimes it's called body music, is named for the electric body buzz sensation of the genre's high-energy percolating machine percussions and arpeggiating bassline rhythms. While industrial was about finding interesting sounds and making them musical, EBM was about finding interesting sounds and making them danceable. This is just like dancey industrial music then. This is your Dark Nova. And I guess this is just dancey industrial. Yeah, straight up. Is this also from Germany? Yep. It's also another German genre. Yeah, it's like gothy, dancey, slightly kinky industrial. Okay. From there we got future pop. Yeah. It's kind of trancey, Trancey, dancey, industrial. Okay. Ein dancen transen. Yeah, a lot has changed since the last entry to the site. Yeah, a lot has changed. It's interesting to see some of the opinions from like back in 2019 though, because a lot of things have changed since then. My cat is dying. I'm gonna turn on the AC. My cat is like melting, you guys. He's like melted on the bed. Hold on. Let me turn on the AC for him. It was 88 today, so it's been pretty hot. It always gets really hot around this time in my room. For some reason I thought, why is this in here? For some reason I thought future pop would have sounded a little bit more poppy. But it's definitely more industrial. Oh, I see. Today the name future pop is being co-opted by a number of other scenes. Mostly due to the fault of dumbass music writers who don't know future pop exists and think some new bullshit hipster sound they've encountered is something they can coin in the most unoriginal way possible and get lots of infinity. Okay, I see. What else we got? We got a new beat. Belgian new beats. Death disco, dark disco. Is this evil disco music? Pepto Dog. Yeah, evil disco seems about right. Looks like this was originally a thing in the late 80s and then early 10s. Belgian new beat. It's one of those genres that can trace its origins to a single song. Interesting. As legend has it, in 1986, DJ Fat Ronnie, resident in legendary Antwerp-Kerp, Ancien Belgique, accidentally played EBM hit A Split Second Flesh at 33 rounds per minute, not its intended speed of 45. The result was a slow, lethargic dirge that conveyed apathy and disaffectedness, essentially turning a menacing EBM track into a melancholy gothy track. Oh, okay, hold on. Interesting.
This is when your flesh, crimson and pale, withers behind the blackened veil. The vacant flesh, the
Ah, oh, that's funny.
This is when you turn to sanctimonious rituals. The beauty of
That's funny. It really is just like industrial dance, but like slower. That's pretty cool. I like that. Interesting. So interesting. Unlike the aggressive military motifs of EBM, New Beat was sleazier with pornographic samples and erotic live shows. Culled from the kink fetish scene, and I'm not just talking about Lords of Acid. Rarely had any uplifting melodies, choruses, or lyrics. The dark sexiness, prolific sampling, and thundering percussion gave it the nickname Death Disco. Ooh, okay. For a brief, glorious years, New Beat was cruising like Al Pacino in a Leather Daddy nightclub. Oh. Interesting. It was pretty short-lived, though, it seems like. I kind of like some of these. I like this one. Yeah, I like this. I like this. I'm a fan. We've got Dark Wave. The fuck is Dark Wave? Wait, we already listened to Dark Wave. That's right. It's goth music. Yeah. Ethereal. Ethereal Dark Wave. Is this just... yes, this is ambient-y Dark Wave. I see. The indie subgenres of shoegaze and dream pop are heavily informed by ethereal, but they're not technically goth genres because they're too peppy, and they're not culturally goth. There's something worse: hipsters. And as far as I know, hipsters won't listen to any music that's not gluten-free. I see. This is shoegaze. This is industrial shoegaze. All right. If you can't tell the difference between this and dark ambient, I don't blame you. Ethereal is... Oh, okay. So ethereal is just like... It's dark ambient, but with like pagan stuff and fairies. Alright. Lately, ethereal has picked up UK garage and IDM style beats, making it more of a chill-out genre than an ambient one. Okay. I want to hear some new ethereal. Where's the really new stuff? What's my comment to hipster adjacent? Honestly, if I could pick any kind of like goth that I would want to be, I would probably be one of like... I would either be like a goth Lolita or like a fairy goth. You know? Like those goth girls that have fairies everywhere. Fuck yeah, that's what I would want to be. Now we have industrial rock. Rock music has been chasing new sounds since the 1960s because there's only so much you can do with a 6-string guitar. Each innovation in technology and attitude produces a new genre. Fuzz boxes and distortion pedals gave us hard rock and later on heavy metal. Brass bands and LSD gave us psychedelic rock. Analog synthesizers and noodly 16-hour solos gave us progressive rock. Smashing shit and not knowing how to play gave us punk rock. Heroin and homelessness gave us grunge rock. And the noise and industrial gave us this, industrial rock. The only music that's safe for nerds to listen to in high school and not get the living tab bean anthem. I see. Pretty good. Fuck yeah. Yeah, 9 Inch Nails would be something like this. Grunge rock, but a little bit more intense. I see. While grunge was moody, angry, disaffected, dreary, and angst-riddled, industrial rock was all those things too, but it was super intense about it. Provided the antidote to the suicidal depression of grunge, which is to say, stop moping about your suicidal depression and start bragging about it. In effect, turning mopey narcissism into attention-whoring mopey narcissism. While the content and attitude of both genres was pretty similar, industrial rock did have one thing going for it, and that was Trent Reznor. Grunge didn't have anyone like that, or it did, but they all killed themselves. What the fuck?! What the hell? Jesus Christ. Mortal Kombat soundtrack. What the fuck is agrotech? Agrotech is industrial rock without the rock? Or EBM without the ARPs? Oh, okay. Oh, this is cyber goth music. Oh, fuck yeah! Oh, fuck yeah. Well, this is definitely cybergoth music. Awesome. Okay. We listened to all that other stuff. Time to go into IDM, which branched off of experimental, turns into more like techno. Well, I feel like we should look at techno over here first. Where is it? God, it's all the way over there. God, there's still so much! Oh my god. Okay, okay. I need to... fuck, dude. I keep thinking we've looked at so much and there is still so much. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna have to just listen to some of the main ones here. So we listen to rap. You should listen to electro. Okay. The lads in Dusseldorf waiting for the Trans Europe It's Fucking Late Again train. Awesome. This is kind of like Kraftwerk. YMO? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. True. What else do we see in here? Yeah, electro stuff like this. Yeah, it checks out. Okay. A lot of songs in here. Oh my god. Yeah, YMO mention. Okay. Oh, I wish I could read all these Whoopie here all day. Do you really think you were getting through all this in one night? Yes. I thought I could have, like, I don't know, gone through a little more. I wrote Detroit techno. This is classic techno. Fuck yeah. We can make this a two-parter. I don't know. Would you guys want a two-parter of this? Would you guys tell me the truth? Would you want a two-parter of this, or would you rather me just like kind of like rush to the rest? What would you rather have? The thing is, all the best music is like right here. Like, we listen to like a lot of the shitty music over here. All the best stuff is like right here in the middle. This is like all the best stuff. I know, I haven't even touched all the genres I really like. I know, you're right. Alright, I guess we all have to do a two-parter. How long has this stream been? I admittedly, my timer crashed, so I don't know how long my stream has been. Oh, 4 hours? Okay, that's not that bad. That's not so bad. My timer broke, so. Let's see. Fuck yeah. Okay, then I think we will make this a two-parter, because I'm definitely getting a little tired. It's a lot of reading, it was a lot of information at once. So I think we will cut it off here, and we'll do another two-parter this week. How's that sound? How's that sound? This will be part 1. I really wish I could have done this in one stream. I didn't realize there'd be so much though. Oh, but I just wanna hear some of the best freaking genres. There's so much I didn't see. There's so much in here. There's so much. We didn't even get into breaks. We didn't even get to garage or acid or like proper house. Fuck. Oh, this guy hates garage? Oh my god. Oh, I guess he kind of likes it now. I see. We have indie here. Slow dive right at the beginning. Damn, we only saw like this much of the graph. That's crazy. Let me get the chip tune. Yeah, we only visited Europe! Let's see. Yeah, there's fucking brain dance in here. There's breakcore. Yeah, Venetian stairs! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
No man should never watch my business. No man should never watch my business. Which motherfucker wanna see my dogs die? Which motherfucker wanna see my dogs die? Which motherfucker wanna see my dogs die? Which motherfucker wanna see...
Fuck yeah. Alright, you guys. We will definitely have to have a part 2. Thank you so much for... let's put some music in the background, I guess, while we do this. Hold on.
Just shoot for the stars.
Oh my god, it's so loud! Fuck! Hold on. Hold on. Let me turn it down. Let me fucking turn it down. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that was really fucking loud. Is there a way to search for specific artists? I don't know. This is actually my first time going through this website. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for this kind of stream a lot. It's definitely like kind of like brainworms in my head that like, you know, would people care if I have more like educational themed streams, you know, stuff like this where we're learning stuff, right? Where we're not looking at games, where we're not looking like that. Like, I don't know, I think this kind of stuff is fascinating, and it makes me happy if you think this stuff is interesting too, you know? I like this kind of stuff. I know some people only want, you know, like, yeah, like, gamer, get on Call of Duty now. Gamer, start playing Minecraft now, you know? But this kind of stuff I really like. Yeah, so I hope you guys really enjoyed it, right? I hope you guys think this kind of thing is just as interesting as I think it's interesting, right? It's really, I don't know, I think it's cool. And I hope you guys enjoy this kind of thing. I love talking about music. If for whatever reason you are new to my streams from this stream, I love talking about music. Websites like this make me realize that like I don't know that much, like, to be honest. Like, I know some like little genres. I know stuff in my corners, right? But like a lot of this like more general massive knowledge is like stuff that like is still kind of new to me, so it's really cool to learn. And it was really cool to kind of like learn a little bit more about some of like the origins of some of these, where they came from. I wish I didn't waste so much time reading some of the articles in like the Euro music area, because it was some of those articles were just too much. It's like I didn't really need to read them. I didn't learn anything from them except just how much he hates Dutch people. And it's like, that's cool, Ishkur, but like I'm here to learn about, you know, the history and the culture, you know? So I kind of wish I didn't waste that much time reading them. But I was kind of hoping that like all of them would have a little bit more like knowledge, like information about the culture. But I think they'll depend, right? So once again, this is Ishkar's Guide to Electronic Music Part 1. If you would like to explore this website on yourself, on your own, it's music.ishkar.com. The link is also in the description of this stream. It's very snarky. Yeah, very, very snarky. Very, very snarky. But it was fun. It was fun. It feels like I was kind of in a time capsule back to like 2010, 2015 kind of internet, right? It feels very much from that era. Tomorrow, me and Yae will be doing a Tanabata stream. I have a cute little outfit prepared tomorrow. We'll be going through probably some Tanabata VR chat worlds. I think. Is this gonna be our, like, me and Yae's first VR chat collab, like just us? Maybe. No, it hasn't, because we did the anniversary stream, but we haven't done any like wandering around. Will that be before or after meetings? Okay, it's going to be probably around like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. I need to confirm with Yae. V-Sensei gave us the okay to skip out on some meetings because of this. So we're cool to skip our meetings, which is awesome. So yeah, we'll be doing some cute festivities. I'm sure Yae will have a very cute outfit planned up as well. We're listening to Rush Hour right now. Yeah. This just came out here. I'll post it. Listen to some Hyperflip. This album just came out today. It just came out today. Alright, well, other than that, the only stuff I have to shill. How far did we get, Corin? We got to... So we looked at like all of the Eurotrash, Eurodisco, Europop, Eurotrance, hard dance, trance, psytrance. We looked at all of the industrial gods, and that's basically around where we made it. We stopped around IDM, and we haven't really checked out the rest of this. So we still have a lot to look through. We only looked at a little chunk, basically at the bottom. We got pretty filthy with it. Let's go though. You really preferred the layout of the 2.5 guide? I don't know. What does this have? Oh, I see. Oh, you can search stuff here. Okay. What's this version? 3.0. Okay. Changelog. Oh, this was posted in 2019. That checks out. That checks out. Will I look at more? Yes, we will have a part 2 stream. I would like to look at the rest of this. I definitely want to check out the rest of this, see what's up. It's cool not only as a guide of like different genres, but it's very cool to just kind of see kind of like where the music scene was at the time. It's a little time capsule, right? So yeah, tomorrow will be collab with Yae. Wednesday will probably also be a collab with Yae. Thursday will be .hack. And we'll see where Friday, Saturday, and Sunday leaves us. Sunday will probably be another member stream. Friday and Saturday, I don't know. We'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens on Friday or Saturday. Don't forget to check out my Dakimakura release on the Brave Group store. Oh, dude, why is my face stuck like this? How long have I been stuck like this? How long have I been stuck like this? Dude, how... Oh my god. How long has my face been stuck like this? Whatever. Whatever. Okay, Collins. Check out the label Silken Wood. Silken Wood. What have they released? Oh, I think I've seen some stuff by them. Okay. Yeah. Well, these are some big compilations. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Alright. We're gonna get blasted by this song. Once again! I apologize if the stream gets taken down. I will not take it down. If it gets taken down, it's because YouTube destroyed it. If you would like an archive, please, if it goes down and you would like an archive, please, Tabemonos, share it. You have my permission to share it, you know. YouTube is probably gonna blast the stream. We will see. We'll see. But don't be afraid to share it if it does get archived, right? Or if it does get blasted by YouTube, right? Alright, you guys. I will see you. I love you all. And say it with me, everybody. Oscar! Oscar! Mwah! Let's see who I should go raid you guys off into. Color today is gray with white lace. Woo's mom, she's playing Wuthering Heights. Woo, what are you... Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Woo? I guess we're gonna go over to the shrimp tank. Wuthering Waves? Yeah, whatever. Whatever the hell it's called. I don't know. Alright, we're gonna go to the shrimps. I love you all! The color is great with the light. I love you. Take it easy. Mwah! Thank you so much for exploring stuff with me. Thank you so much for learning with me. I'll see you all next time.